Welcome, folks, back to the BlunderSpeaker Show. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, spirits of all ages, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here with me again. My name, of course, is Tepid Goose. I am your host, back hosting on my own this time, after a sort of a co-host last time out, which we'll get into in just a few moments here. Today is, Tuesday, 22nd of April today. Today is Earth Day, which is a little bit of a coincidence, which I was not planning, but it works out pretty nicely because we have something pretty different. I will say something special. It certainly feels special. This is my first ever time playing these two Apocrypha spirits, and as you can probably see, or you may already know, we have Spreading Rot Renews the Earth and Covets Gleaming Shards of Earth. So very much an Earth themed evening for today. We're going to be playing into France 6, and we'll get into all of that sort of game stuff now momentarily as well. Today is of course linked to as always, I have a kind of a playthrough and a podcast episode sort of linked each time, as viewers will probably be quite familiar with at this stage. So this is the sort of playthrough episode, which is coming after the podcast episode for this particular week. A little bit different than normal, and I would say very much a worthy candidate to have something a little bit different than out of the norm. As you may well know, I had Ted Vessenes on the channel last time out, and we had a really good chat. If you haven't seen it already, I really do strongly advise to go and take a look at that one. It was a wonderful conversation that we had about all things Spirit Island, and if you are a Spirit Island fan, you will probably know that in the now, if you're watching this now and in real time, let's say as it comes live, we have of course had some pretty heartbreaking and pretty sad news regarding sort of the game Spirit Island and the publisher Greater Than Games during the week, or rather towards the end of last week, where we found out that more or less Greater Than Games will be closing up shop, and puts the future of this game a little bit at risk, unfortunately. Obviously we don't know what's going to happen. We're all subject to the speculation, and many people have sort of weighed in with what they think might happen. But as of right now, the only thing we've heard from Eric Royce really publicly is that he remains optimistic about the future of the game. He doesn't see this as the end, which is fantastic news. But look, there's lots to talk about in terms of the future of the game. As I say, we went through a lot of it with Ted Vessenes, and that of course happened before he had the knowledge of what would transpire. So he speaks very enthusiastically about the future of the game, and fingers crossed there is plenty of gas left in the tank for Spirit Island yet. But this is another thing that we talked about anyway as part of the episode, and that is these Apocrypha spirits. Who knows, we may well see more of this as we go along, given that it'll probably be a little bit of downtime before we start to see any sort of movement for new content being released. So this may well be the sort of thing that we start to get a little bit more used to. These are the two sort of officially released Apocrypha spirits to date. A little bit sort of like Spreading Rot being sort of the brainchild of Eric as part of a convention a number of years back in 2021, I think it was. It says it here, and then we have Covets Gleaming Shards of Earth, which Ted talks a lot about as part of the episode. So I won't rehash all of that now, but I can tell you in absolute sincerity that if you go back and watch my reaction as he's describing Covets, I had never read this spirit. Well, I read it once actually, but when it came out first, I sort of half read the panel. It all seemed a little bit fussy and a little bit sort of complex. It is a very high complexity spirit, of course, and I kind of just put it to the side. And as we went through and started talking about it on the episode last time out with Ted, he started explaining to me sort of how this thing works. It's got this whole sort of greed mini game. This is a dragon that's coveting metal and treasures and all sorts of things, and you've got this whole other panel over on the side that we'll get into in a few minutes, and my eyes were lighting up, and it was genuine and it was real. That was in real time. I was learning what I was about to get into. I had already, of course, committed to the playthrough here on the channel, and I cannot wait to play with Covet's Gleaming Shards of Earth, and actually in Truth Spreading Rod as well. We've got two pretty complex kind of mini game type spirits here, very dedicated mini games for both, and I do intend on very much getting into it with both. So this may well be, if you're watching the timestamp on the video as I've gone live here, you can probably maybe tell that this might be one of the longer videos. You know, given that there's a lot going on here, and I really want to dive in, and I want to just gobble it all up because this looks like a lot of fun. So we're gonna, of course, because these are Apocrypha spirits, a lot of viewers may not be well familiar with them. I am gonna go through and spend a little bit more time talking about these spirits before we start. Not something I usually do on the channel, because usually I guess you know, most people will probably be pretty familiar with the spirits, but maybe not the case this time. So I'll spend a little bit of time kind of going through. I'll bring up the panels obviously here, and we'll have a look at them on screen. You know, we'll do that in a moment. What else do I have to talk about here? You know, we kind of went through all of the stuff about the future of the game, and again, I do sort of very sincerely extend my sympathy to anybody who was involved. If this is reaching your ears, if you were part of this whole process with kind of the ramp down of Greater Than Games and Spirit Island and everything else, really genuinely sorry to hear what's happened to everybody. You know, it is, unfortunately, as we say, a pretty sad and depressing day for not just this game and the publisher, but I think the industry as a whole, given all that's gone on with all the tariffs and all that other kind of stuff. So there's a whole bunch to be said around kind of the politics and sort of economics and all the rest of it involved there, but clearly that this isn't the show, the time, or the place for all of that. So I will put that to the side. I won't weigh in on it right now, but suffice to say, as I say, that I'm very sorry for anyone who was involved in that. Hopefully we can continue the good vibes, the good feelings, and sort of be able to, at some point in the future, drive, you know, with Eric at the helm to bring this game forward, and I really genuinely look forward to that day. But that is kind of all of that. Couple of notes here around the rig. I'm looking around myself here because I'm still getting used to it, in truth. I seem to every single episode talk about the rig and changes to it and all the rest of it, and today is no different. However, I come in today with more optimism than I have in previous iterations. I found the source of this high-pitched squeal. So that's the first thing. I found out what was going on with it, and as it happens, it was my laptop and the fan on my laptop, which is pretty embarrassing and ridiculous, given that would generally be the first place you would search for background noise and disturbance in your audio. But what was happening was I had all these various sort of filters and suppressors and all of that applied to my microphone, which was cutting out almost all of the noise. So all of the kind of background hum, you know, the kind of vibration sort of sounds, the lower sort of range noise and background noise and white noise and all that in the room. That was all gone. And what was left behind, the only thing that was being picked up, or rather the only thing that was getting through the filters, was the very top end, the squealing noise at the top end of that. And you don't hear it in the room. When I'm sitting in the room with the laptop, I'm not hearing the squealing because I'm sort of, I suppose, hearing the entirety of the sound. So the squealing itself isn't really standing out. But as it went through the mic and went through the various filters, and I suppose there's probably some processing put on top, which maybe exacerbates that, it ended up in this really tiny, squeaky, squealy sound that was getting through that was very hard for me to isolate and remove, which I kind of did in post-production a number of times, as you probably know, and maybe a number of times that it snuck through a little bit. But anyway, suffice to say, this microphone in front of me here is a highly sensitive microphone, and I really didn't appreciate just how sensitive it was. So I had kind of some of the sort of gain numbers and dials and the sort of input volume on the microphone just too high. Now, not very high, but high enough that it was picking up pretty much everything. So I've turned that all the way to the bottom. I've all but turned this microphone off in terms of its input volume. So I am now going to have to rely on a new model here, where, as you can see, this microphone is closer to my face. I need to have this closer. And before, I was doing things like I was trying to float it around up here. I was trying to kind of keep it off camera, those types of things. And as a result, I had to obviously have the volume, the input volume and the gain up higher, so it could pick me up a little bit further away. But then, of course, it was picking up all the other stuff. So anyway, suffice to say that I've done some changes here that I'm hoping are going to be consistent in terms of the audio. I still need to figure out what all the processing look like, because it's a bit different than before, and it's still a learning process. It's still, gonna have probably some teething issues and things like that, given that we're, I don't know, however many 16 episodes or something that I've recorded on the show so far. So this stuff unfortunately does take time. I'm having to learn this all from scratch, but I am thankful that I at least have found out what the source of the issue was, and I'm now in a place where not only can I hopefully remove that fan sound, I can also potentially open the window behind me as well here, which is closed at the moment, but I'm already starting to get a little bit warm, and it's been raining and all sorts of weather outside. We talk about the Earth Day here. We had plenty of plenty of earth today, with the kids walking all the wet and the mud and everything else in across the floor when they came in from outside. So it's been horrible weather. The blinding glare of the sun is long gone at this stage, and we're back to rain and everything else. But unfortunately, in this country, it can't just rain. It needs to be rainy and humid and slightly warm and uncomfortable, and that's what I'm saying. I'm in the room right now where I'm feeling okay for now, but I have a feeling this is going to get a bit warm. I probably will at some point have to chance my arm and open that window and see how all of that works out. Now, we will be getting to the spirits very, very quickly here. I do, of course, have a few drinks, one of which I'm going to open and guzzle right now, because I'm feeling, as I say, slightly warm and parched. But bear with me a second. I have a bit of that. That's the sparkling water. We'll pour a bit more of that there. The old faithful sparkling water. That'll keep us going for now. And we have something a little bit interesting as well for this evening, which I will open now. Have a look at this. The old ice bath back on duty this evening. Here we have, let me have a look here and see, can I get that up to the microphone? That is a Rye River double banging. Can I pick that up there? Double IPA. Double Banging is the name of the beer, and I thought it was quite fitting for the double trouble that we're about to see with this particular two spirits here. It's a double IPA. It's 8.0% here. Very piney. Some kind of biscuity, malty kind of flavors coming through, as well as pine. It's actually a very interesting beer. One of my favorite breweries in this country, Rye River. They're actually not too far from us here, a couple of miles up the road, and they make fantastic beer. And this in particular is a very flavorful double. I had, I think, said in the past that I was sort of gone off doubles a little bit, but I had this recently again, and it reminded me of how much I enjoyed it over all the years. So I've picked one up for this evening. We'll see how that should go. 8%. It's not a light beer, as I say. Piney, earthy. I think earthy is applicable here. Definitely some kind of strong kind of not floral. Floral is probably the wrong word, but yeah, that kind of earthy, piney, sort of grassy maybe type flavors in this. Dare I say mossy? Yeah. That's a serious beer right there. We will be very happy to sip away on that one for this evening. So that's all that. Let's get into what we're actually doing for the game. How long are we in? 13 minutes in for a preamble. That's not too bad, but we do, as I say, have to get into the spirits just a little bit here. So I think we'll start at the end, and then we'll go back. We're playing against France 6, and we've had them on the channel before, so I'm not really going to spend any time talking about them here. I do have them plugged in if we need to. We will obviously pull this up as we go along. I don't have the boards set up. Actually, that's something I should also comment on here. I'm going to set up the boards as we go, because there's a little bit of interest involved in the two spirits in terms of how they sort of set their boards up. So we'll see that as we go along here. But let's come along and look at Covet's Gleaming Shards of Earth first of all. Now, I'm not going to read every word here, because we will be here for a bloody half an hour if I do that. But we essentially have a dragon spirit, and you can see here there is an Incarna. And I have a very interesting Incarnate piece that I will show you momentarily. You may have already spotted it on the table in front of me. So your Incarnate is essentially going to be a dragon that travels around the board. You have this ability where when you target a land with a power, you can push the Incarnate towards the land or into the land, and that can enable range and targeting requirements. Probably going to be pretty important here, given that it's kind of hard to get about the place with Covets. So we'll see how that plays out. And then you've got this kind of mini game around metal, where you essentially sort of find metal in the buildings around the island, and then if you destroy the buildings or push them, they drop their metal, and then you bring the metal back. And you bring the metal back. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Let me see here. Where are we? We bring the metal back, and we have this horde mechanic. And you have this whole other board that you can see in the bottom right down here. And this is where you essentially convert your metal into treasures. And you can see here there's a whole bunch of stuff that we can unlock as part of this mini game. We can do things like we've got 3 and 8 over on the right hand side, and then we have a whole other sort of elemental aligned abilities here, depending on which of the elements that you hit as part of this whole mechanic. So we're going to see how that all plays out as we go along here. Keep an eye out on that Sun and 8 on the bottom right. That is one of the only ways that you have in your kit to actually find metal. Your main and 8 does it, and this is basically the only other way. And you better believe that I am going to be unlocking that Sun and 8 as soon as I possibly can, because I am super greedy and I cannot wait to get my greedy hands on all the metal. So that is going to be the first thing that I am attempting to unlock as part of this ability. And as I say, we will see how all of that plays out. Now, one thing to note here with Covets, if I go back, we have this setup here that says place your Incarnate, your lair marker, and a presence on your starting board in your choice of a mountain or a land with blight. And then that's going to be the sort of setup that we're going to look at when we flip over the board here. But that's going to be Covets. Let's go back and let's take a quick look. No, it's the wrong one. Where is our spreading rot? There he is. And this is, by the way, I should note, not the art that comes with the sort of print and play that we have here. So this is artwork that was done by another user in the community. I'm trying to remember now. Do I have the user's name here? What did I do? Ragaus 2 years ago posted this on the Spirit Island subreddit, that they created this sort of homemade, fan-made content for the Spirit as well as the uniques here. So you can see them here, all of these uniques and the Spirit artwork itself as well. Absolutely fantastic, wonderful job that was done by them. So I was more than happy to go and grab those. Might get my greedy little hands on all that extra artwork and plug it in as part of the design files that I had downloaded myself. So as you can see here, if I come back to the table here, you'll see I have the print and plays done. They're here in front of me, and I do have the extra art here. So thankfully I've picked up some sort of design skills a little bit along the way on my journeys, and that enabled me to do a little bit of fiddling around. I've got a bit of software and stuff like that I can kind of play around with these a little bit. I did a little cleanup things as part of the panel, so you can see, for example, the innate on Covets here. I kind of cleaned all that up and sort of fixed some of the alignments and things like that. So I was happy to do that. Very perfectionist gold plating, I think I mentioned as a term in one of my first ever episodes, and this was very much the case here. I spent hours tweaking and fiddling and adjusting and doing all these kind of things. But I do have the 2 Spirit panels done on the print and plays. These are printed on hard cards, so very happy with how all of that turned out. These should be pretty hard wearing and printed on some pretty nice coloured quality paper as well. So super happy with how all that turned out as well. If I just go back as well, I think I said I'd have a quick little look at the uniques here. So Covets, as we said, it's got this ability here, this innate that's going to find metal, and then the whole mini game is going to be around how can we find metal and bring it back to our lair. And you can see here he's got kind of 4 unique powers that are somewhat interesting to look at here. So Petition for Smoldering Wrath, probably the most interesting of the lot. This is going to be a kind of support power that you can see target spirit may pay you up to 3 energy, and then they get different abilities on that card depending on what they pay for. So there's a kind of a concept of spreading rot paying Covets here, which is quite interesting. We've got a kind of a push mechanic here that's also generating some fear here. This looks like a pretty strong card to me, unnerving attention. And as we said, the pushing mechanic is one of the key ways that you will be able to find the or gather up the metal. You will force the buildings to drop their metal if you push them when they have metal. So that's kind of a big part of the mini game there. Favors of Steel and Bone here. This is a kind of a Dahan protection card. You kind of prevent sort of invaders from killing Dahan, and then the Dahan fight back, and then they sort of pick up the dropped metal and bring it back to you, which looks like a strong card as well here. And then finally, you've got a damage card that's going to be getting better with invaders having metal. So there's a whole thing around the minigame you can probably see already starting to come together. If you don't know it already, it's all about metal and finding as much of it as you can. Now, Spreading Rot, the way Spreading Rot works is they have this resource called Rot, which I have some tokens up here off the screen that I'll use to track it. You essentially gain loads of Rot and then you spend it in many ways. This is a kind of a spirit based on sort of decay and death, and then sort of regrowth from death. So obviously renewing the earth there. And you've got a whole bunch of abilities. You can see them here around gaining Rot, and then you can spend them to do things like remove blight, add tokens, deal damage, all that kind of good stuff. So they've got this little mushroomy thing that you can see all over the place. They are not Dahan. Contrary to popular opinion, Dahan are not mushrooms. They are very, very distinctly different, and that is certainly true of this game as well. So they are not. Don't be too surprised to think that we're gaining and spending Dahan here. That's not the case. They are the Rot tokens. So if we look through then the unique abilities, we have plenty of ways to gain Rot here. Here's one that lets you sort of regrow presence for both spirits. You've got something that's going to allow you to place disease or deal damage, or potentially both if you spend Rot. We've got a defend power or a rot gaining power, and this allows you to, during time passes, you can return this card to your hand instead of discarding it if you pay some rot to do so. And then finally, the last one here is going to be when things die, you can place some tokens or remove some blight. And as you see here, pay 3 rot to do both. So there's all this sort of thing around paying rot, gaining rot, and all that sort of stuff. And the other one that I should point out quite clearly here as well is the important one with in your lands with wilds or disease, invaders and Dahan have -1 health. So a big part of this Spirits game is getting into lands with those 2 tokens, and that obviously weakens the enemy as well as the Dahan. There's something also here around after invaders or Dahan or beasts are destroyed in your lands, you gain some rot as well. And then during time passes, you sort of lose half of your rot and gain energy equal to half the rot you lost. And please do note here, we have round down written twice as part of that first ability there, the slow cycle of death and rebirth, and that is different to the original printing. This is one of those little things I was talking about where I managed to get the file. I could edit the file and I could change the text in there. So the release notes as part of the Spirit said that the Spirit tends to play better if you round down with those abilities rather than round up, and that's from Eric himself. So I have changed the Spirit panel and I was able to put round down on mine as well. So I will of course be playing it like that. So that's generally the whole thing, guys. I know that was a quick run through here. I'll come back to the panel and we'll take a look at the cards individually and things like that as we go along. But I do want to try to get things moving here. So as we said, starting situation, then we're going to go and choose our boards here. So I'll go left to right. We'll pick Spreading Rot's board first, and this will be 1 to 6 for A to F. It's going to be board B, which is number 2. That is going to go like, I believe, like this. And then on the right-hand side, we have Covet's thing, and that's B. That's not going to work. We have C. Boards B and C. I think we did a B and C recently, didn't we? So we're going back to B and C, it seems like. But that's the ones that we rolled. So let's take them as they came out. Something to note here as well. I saw a small little synergy combo sort of thing as part of the potential opening for the 2 spirits, but unless I'm mistaken, I'm not going to be able to do that based on the configuration of the boards here. So that is quite okay. I'm not going to change that. This is part of why I wanted to do this live, because I wanted to show how and where and sort of if that thing came together. So I'm pretty sure there's a cool little combo I came up with, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it here. But I'll talk through it if indeed it comes up. So put 2 and 1 on your starting board in the highest numbered wetland, and that's going to be all the way over here in the corner, which is why I don't think this is going to work, but we shall see. So 2 and a disease is going to go up in that corner. And that will give us a starting sacred site, of which we need them for 2 of our cards in our hand. So let's go ahead then, we'll throw all these down here and we'll get ourselves set up. It's going to be blue for rot today, and it's going to be red for the dragon, Kovitz. So Kovitz has place your Incarna, which I have chosen Spider-Man from my son's Lego collection. Does it? No, it's not gonna auto focus, because autofocus is terrible for this kind of thing. So I of course have autofocus off. But there he is anyway. Spider-Man is going to be my Incarna. I have a lair token, which of course I am using the lure lair token, because that makes a lot of sense. So we're going to go ahead and place those 2 as well as 1 presence on your starting board in your choice of a mountain or a land with blight. So I can choose either here or here or here. Now, the thing about this is you want proximity to your whole board, or you want proximity to as many lands as you possibly can. I'm looking over here and I'm going to do that loads. This is my camera, this is my big screen, and this is where I was talking about changing the rig and doing all this kind of stuff. Usually I had my laptop here and I had my big screen over here, and now they're reversed, and there's, you know, that's for trying to get the laptop as far away from the mic as I can, and several other things. So you'll probably see me talking to here as opposed to here, and unfortunately that's going to have to be something I get used to. But you know, we're essentially, we've got this mechanic here where you keep coming back to the lair over and over. That's one of Covet's kind of special abilities, is it brings its metal back to the lair, and the lair doesn't move. So we need to pick a location that's going to be either here, here, or here. Now, if I pick one of those kind of locations, I'm pretty stuck on that side of the island. So I believe that is going to be the best place to place that lair token. And I'm going to go ahead and do that. So that's going to go in there. The presence is going to go in there, and my Spidey with his cowboy hat is going to also sit in that land. And I have a funny feeling I'm going to knock that Spidey over a whole bunch of times, and I may well have to change it, truth be told, because it may be clumsy. But for now, at least, that is my Kovitz Incarna, getting about the place like a little Spidey. Now, that's the setup. There's the tokens. Let's get them over here. Use them. Now, Kovitz there. Spreading rot over here. They both start with 0 energy. That's fine. Get them out of the way. They're gone. Now, that's the Gleaming Horde. I have the Gleaming Horde kind of below my thing here, so you can see I've got another setup for the thing that is going to remove my face altogether. That's going to show the Gleaming Horde whenever we need to have a look at it. You'll see it over there. We'll talk about it soon, because we're hopefully going to be getting there on the first turn if we can. We do, of course, have our card cam set up ready to go here for events and all sorts of other card drafts and things like that. But let's quickly get the board set up here, and then go ahead and do our opening explore and see what we're going to be faced with on the first turn of this game. Now, I think I'm going to go ahead and open that window, you know that, because it's just already getting too warm in here. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh yeah, it's raining out there, all right. Over. Hopefully we won't pick up too much background noise coming in from the outside here. As I say, the sensitivity of the camera should hopefully solve a lot of those problems. So that's all that. Let's go ahead and get the starting beast. It's going to be there, and it's going to be there. We have a blight there. We don't have a blight there, and we have disease on disease. And let's finally come over and grab our 2 cities, 1 and 2. Cities are what you want, as far as Kovitz is concerned. They're the ones that are going to give you the most amount of metal. So I will be looking as much as I can to target cities as part of this game. Oh, this is annoying. Get out of there, please. Stupid explorer. Being really OCD about one single explorer for no reason whatsoever, but there it is. I've got it sorted. Now, that's the two cities. The starting towns, of course, come from the France pool. You can see it. I've got it over to the side here. So that's going to be 14 towns starting off the game. And we're going to have one obviously in our starting town. Let's pull up the France card here. So the Slave Rebellion, that's in the deck already. That's fine. The Explorer stuff we'll see in a minute. So we're going to add one to the highest numbered land without town. So that's going to be land 8 there and land 8 there. And then the other thing is add one town to land number 1. So each board is going to start with 3 towns on it and a city. And we have, of course, the Blight ability. You can see over here I've got a token on the Blight card because, you know, we don't want to be accidentally returning Blight on that card. And Spreading Rot does very much have a Blight healing minigame sort of thing going on as well. So we'll see whether that comes up in this game or not. We've got some tokens and a reminder token down here on the Invader deck. I also have a reminder token on the Fierce base as well, because of course your strange random France 6 rule that doesn't allow fear cards to remove explorers. So I think that's pretty much it. We've got the triangle trade in there as well. So as I say, we want to be building cities, but and targeting cities. But you know, when we build that cities, we also do bad things when it comes to building extra towns. So all very much tricky and difficult and interesting. But that is it. We're 30 minutes into the video. I'm going to go ahead and do the opening explore, and let's remind ourselves as well that we will hit France 6, but we won't hit France 1 as part of the opening explore. So that's going to look like mountains, and that's going straight into our layer that we talked about because that's the one that we picked. So let's go ahead and opening explore over here. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's our 4 explorers into those 4 lands. We will do France 6 as well, and that's going to be, let's remind ourselves here, add an explorer to a land without any, and that's after the normal explorer, including the first turn. But you can see there, except during setup is what's written on France 1. So that's going to be the situation there. We're going to go ahead and pick on here, and we'll probably just end up going into our 2 beast lands, truth be told. I think that seems sort of like not a bad place to be on those. So let's get our cards back in our hand here. Let's think about the combo that I was talking about before. The combo I talked about before was, can I find a way to get 2 metal on the first turn and get it back into our hoard, our what do they call this, the lair, and try to start creating treasure as soon as we can on the first turn. So the way I looked at that was, I had a card in here in my opening hand. It's called Melter to Slag. Will you bring it up here and let's have a look? It's not that one. It's going to be there it is there. Melter to Slag. Now I can afford to play that on the first turn. I have a way that I can play this on the first turn, and if I do, I can deal 1 damage, and then for each invader with a metal, a fear, and an extra damage. And now I can combine that with my innate. So first of all, with the innate in the fast phase, I could find metal in, for example, in a city, and then use the melter to slag to kind of go ahead and sort of wipe out the invader in the slow phase. Now, as it happens, we need 1 extra damage to do that, and this is the combo that I was talking about, where on the side of Spreading Rot, I could go ahead then and use one of my innate ability, or one of my, should I say, unique cards, this one here, Infesting Spores, to deal a damage. Or if I could get into the land, I could add a disease, which will increase essentially the damage of the Melter to Slag, which is really the better way to go about doing this. So if I can find a way to get across into that land, and in the slow phase place a disease with my presence, well, that will automatically kill the city. And I actually see a really nice target for this particular combo. If I come back to the board here and I look at this land here, B2, that already contains a city. So I want a city as part of this deal. So I could go ahead and I could do the Scent of Shining Earth ability with the dragon, with Covets, target the city, get the 2 metal on the city in the fast phase, then I'll lose this disease, and then in the slow phase I can go ahead and kill the city, and that solves that land. So this is almost certainly what I want to do here. How do I do it? Well, on the COVID side, I can go ahead and G2 to be able to do this and get myself rolling in terms of my presence, and I can go top because I really want to get access to that push your Incarna ability here. If I bring it up again, have a look at that on the top track. Push your Incarna. Your Incarna is not very mobile with this spirit, so I'd really like a way to be able to kind of go ahead and start moving my way around the board. So if I take a G2 here, and I place a presence near my lair at range 1, and then also add a presence at my Incarna. I could push the Incarna first. Can I do that? No, I can't. No. I'd have to go place the presence, and that unlocks the push the Incarna. So I will unfortunately end up with a bunch of presence in my lair. Or I suppose I can create a sacred site away from my lair, can't I? Yeah. So what I can do is... No, I can't actually. I can create a sacred site, yeah, away from my lair. No, because it's at the Incarna. So I'm going to end up creating a sacred site at the lair, which might be kind of wasteful. But so essentially here I go G2 from top. I'm going to add a presence near the lair, so that's going to be at range 1. The presence at range 0 is going to end up going at the Incarna, which is there. And then at range 1, then I think I'm going to push myself across this side of the board, because obviously spreading rot starting on that side. So let's find our way across the island a little bit here. Might want to go there to give myself access to that city. Might be okay. And then I could maybe move my way across then that way, down that way. So I think I'll go there. With that one, then I get access to push the Incarna, and then in this case I'm going to push the Incarna here into that land. No, that's the lair. That's not the Incarna. There, Spidey, you're the Incarna. So that's going to be that. Do bear in mind here, the lair is not a presence in the same way that that's an Incarna for Lure the Deep Wilderness. That would be a presence, but here it's not. It's just a location. It's not counted as a presence. So I've got a sacred site in the lair. Like, I'm pretty certain that's the way that works. So I have to place the presence twice. What I could do is, if there was one presence gone off that top track already, for example, if it started looking like that, right? What I could do is go add a presence near the lair at range 1, so that would be the first one. Then I could push the Incarna, and then I could do the second presence placement, so that I don't end up with this kind of sacred site in this location that's probably going to end up being clear, I'd imagine, a lot of the time. So, but anyway, that's not how this is worked out here. So I push the Incarna after the fact, then I play the Melter to slag. So that's all fine. That is going to give me access then to this ability with my stupid falling over Spidey. He's going to have access now to that land to do the thing that I talked about. So this is the greed already. I'm dedicating my whole turn to the greedy play to find as much metal as possible, because this is me all over, and I absolutely love it. So this is definitely what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to gain 1 energy as well as 1 from the top track. So it's going to be 2 energy. Let's go ahead and gain our 2 energy and place the melt earth to slag as the ability here, or as my 1 single card play. So that's all fine. And then on the side of spreading rot, then we just need to find, is there a way for us to navigate over and get ourselves into that land? There is. Unfortunately, our present placement gives us a gain of a rot if we add to a jungle or a wetland, but in this case we would have to add to a mountain, which we may well still do, for the simple reason that the infesting spores is so much better if I use it to add the disease and let that be the extra damage for Melter to slag, instead of use the 1 damage ability. And I don't need to do both. Paying 5 rot right now is not necessary. All I need to do is just be in the land and add the disease in the slow phase, and that's enough. That will give me the kill with the melt or to slag. So I don't know whether this is necessarily wasteful or not. I'm just wondering here, is there any other way for me to add a so a Wild's Aura disease will give the invaders -1 health. So I don't have a way to get access to either of the token add abilities from the innates yet. They both cost at least 3, either 3 plant or 3 water. So I can't add them with the what do you call it here, the innates. And then the uniques. So this unique will, at range 1 of a sacred site, I can add a wilds, but only after invaders are destroyed. So no, I don't think that I have any other real way to do this apart from this way. Now, for this game, I should have mentioned at the start of the game as well, my strategy coming into this is probably to play pretty bottom track heavy on both. I'm going top track as far as the move the Incarnate ability, because I need that to be able to use my spirit and get it around the island. But I'm probably going to start going on bottom track right now on this side of Covets. And for the side of Spreading Rot here, I think I'm probably going to focus quite a bit on the bottom track as well. Start really unlocking those innates, get loads of rot, and play my uniques all the time and all that kind of stuff, because I'm only going to get one chance at this really as part of playing on the channel. So I really want to lean into all of that. So that's going to be the thing. So I am probably going to go bottom track here with rot. But the question is, do I play two cards? If I play this other card, Land of Dead Fallen Rock, am I going to be able to afford this? No, because that's going to cost 2 + 1, and I'm only going to have access to 2 energy. So that won't work. So we're going, it's a pick 2. So we're going to do add the presence, and we're going to add it into here. So that's not going to give us the 1 extra rot. So we'll be a little bit slower getting our game online here, but that's okay, I think. And then I think the other thing we'll be doing is gaining a power card. So I think let's do that first and then see what we have. And we'll be looking for a minor power here very much. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So that one is over to the side for now. We've got Dire Metamorphosis, lots of tokens, could be very interesting. Not exactly our primary colors here, but we'll see. Sky's Herald, the Season of Return. We've got Renewing Rain, which it very much is our abilities, our alignment, element alignment, and then we've got Gold's Allure, which gives us access to a bit of earth and then that single animal element. Renewing Rain is all about our elements. It's the perfect elements for us. Take a look at Renewing Rain. I'm not a big fan of this card. I'm not really a fan of blight removal cards in general, and certainly when I'm playing a spirit that already has loads of blight removal in its kit, that doesn't really sing to me, especially not against Franz. But it is perfect elements, and it does have. If I have the three plant, it's going to be able to add. It's going to be able to add wild. So this is basically exactly the card that is practically meant for spreading rot. So for that reason, because it's thematically appropriate, I believe I'm going to take it. Like, Dire Metamorphosis is good. It would give us access to tokens as well. But as I say, I really want to lean into these innates and sort of figure out what all of this is about. So Renewing Rain, again, it's also another way to sort of speed up the blight removal so that I can get the blight back on the card. Like against France, you either want to be doing absolutely no blight removal or you want to be doing loads of blight removal and nothing really in the middle. So given that my game is quite centered around blight removal, having another way to do that, to speed it back up and get it back on the card, is probably going to stand to me here, despite the fact that I don't really like that as an ability. So let's go ahead and take the Renewing Rain. Very thematically appropriate, as we said. Well, let's go ahead and take that one. We can play, of course, the Infesting Spores. And then the other thing we can do is we can just play this 0 cost card if I want to. Now, what does that give us access to as far as as far as innate, it'll give me a remove a blight in there. It'll give me access to gain a rot. So it'll give me one rot from there, and it'll give me on the other side of things almost nothing then. So I won't have anything from the right side of the innate. But that's okay. I think I'm going to do this. So this is going to be, I gained the power, that went in my hand. Then I did the add the presence, and that's going to jump me across on the bottom track into this land. And then what I can do is take the 2 energy from the top track, 1 and 2. And let's go ahead and pay for infesting spores. Everything is going to be slow over here, and then that's going to give me access to some rot in the second, in the slow phase, as well, of course, as our innate over here, the top 2 levels. So other than that, I think we're good. Still figuring this all out in truth, but I think we have a plan, and I certainly have a plan to get back into that, into the lair and start gaining some stuff, and I cannot wait to do that. So let's go. That's going to be it. We'll flip the event card. We're not going to carry it out. It's Mapmaker's Chart the Wild here, which is actually quite a nice one to miss on as far as France is concerned, so that we don't have the extra explorers. And then we'll go ahead and we'll do our build. So over here, we're going to build a city in the top corner. That could be something we look for later on. That land is just going to be gone. That's a lost hope for us here. Town wise, then we build a town in our lair, which I don't like having that town on our lair. We'll have to deal with that at some point. Another town up here, and then down here we're going to remove this disease, and that's going to go off up there. So that's all fine. Next up then we have so we didn't obviously trigger triangle trade, and we didn't have any of the extra explorer stuff happening here. So we'll go ahead then and we will do the explore, and I'll add things. So it's going to be sands, and we're going to have the France 6 rule, which we'll do in a moment. So let's go ahead, and we'll now have to do double explore up here. And we're going down into our city down there. That might be something we need to target as far as trying to gain some metal from. So that's that one. We've got a double explore over here, and then we've got a triple explore situation happening over here, which I'm not in love with at all. So that is going to have to be dealt with in some way, shape, or form. So that's going to be all of that. And then we do our France 6 rule. And France 6 then, in that case, is going to be going where? I suppose it goes there on that board, and then on this board we'll put it over here with our disease. That's all fine. Let's advance the Veda card. Let's go to our second, or to our slow phase. So we know what we're doing here. We had our plan. First up, we'll gain a rot per moon that we have, max 4, so that's going to be a single rot. We'll gain 1. There it is there. That's 1 rot. Now, next thing is, we have to spend 3 rot to do this. Okay, interesting. Do I want to spend that 3 rot is the question. So let's talk about it in a second. So we resolve this card first. Target spirit gains 1 energy. We have to target another player. So Kovitz gains 1 energy. You gain 2 rot. So let's gain that 2 rot and put it over here for a second. Target spirit may pay 1 energy to add up to 2 destroyed presence, and you may do likewise. So that's fine. Nobody's doing any of that. That's resolved. Now we've got the gain 1, so now we go up to 3, and now we have we can target this land if we want to remove this blight in here. It would cost us 3 rot to do so. If I don't do this, we are then going to trigger our special rule, which if we come back and take a look at here, at the end of the turn during time passes, I'm going to lose half of my rot, round down. So if I had 3, I'm going to lose 1, and it's going to go down to 2, and then I'm going to gain energy equal to half the rot you lost, round down. So I will gain no energy for that. So I'll actually just lose a rot straight up at the end of turn, and I'd get to keep 2. Whereas this way I could spend the 3. So it's a little bit more, it feels a little bit more efficient to me to spend the 3 to remove the blight right now. And as I say, get that kind of blight removal going early in the game so I can get those blight back in the card. So I think I will do that. So let's go ahead and spend the 3 rot. And let's try optimize a little bit here. So that's going to be at range 1 in here. If no buildings are present, remove a blight. So I'll remove that blight and I'll put that back on the card. Now I don't actually have a card here, but I just have a little space off to the side there. So that's going to be my card, so to speak, to the right of the thing. So you won't be able to see it. Oh, you know what? Let's just put it here. That's the card beside the pile of beside the pile of buildings there. So that's that. I've of course moved my cards to the digital format as part of the channel here. The last time my friend played France, I believe I had an actual physical card off to the side of the board, but that's not the case now. So infesting spores, as we said, in here, add 1 disease, or this whole 1 damage and all the rest of it, which we're not going to be doing. We're just adding a disease in there. Now that's a disease in a land with my presence, which triggers our special rule that says in your lands with disease, invaders have -1 health. So I will go ahead then and I will melter it to slag, which is 1 damage. And then, oh yeah, sorry, we never put our metal on this earlier on, of course. We talked about it being at range 1. I forgot to resolve the fast power. So when I resolved that fast power, I would have targeted this city, which would have put 2 metal on it. I'm going to use Deep's tokens to represent the 2 metal. So that would have been at range 1. And then when I did that, I could move my presence in there, which I would have done. Now, I can also do it now with this other resolution of this card. I can still do the same thing because this is my Incarna, and when I target a land, I can move towards it. So in this case, I will move into the land, I'll deal 1 damage, and then for each invader with metal, which is 1, I'll do another damage and 1 fear. So right now, it's going to be a single point of fear and 2 damage, which will kill the city. So that's going to be 2 damage in here, kill the city. So it's going to be 3 total fear. That's gone. The city is dead. That's gone. The metal gets dropped, and then because my Incarna is in there, I pick up the metal because I'm greedy and I love metal. Now, I also have a special rule here, which says once per turn you may add or move your Incarna directly to the lair. So that's the next thing I'm going to be doing, and I'm going to jump myself back to the lair, and I'm going to bring my metal with me because I'm greedy and I love metal. And as soon as I do that, then I unlock this horde thing here. And now this is going to be over here in the corner. This says you may use metal that your Incarna brought to store treasure in your horde. And then you can see along the bottom here, you have these costs that you have to pay. So in the first 2 spaces, for example, you can see a 1 below them. Then you can see a 2 below the next 2, 3, and so on. So that means that when I unlock the treasure, so you can see here, pay the listed metal cost, then discard the top minor power and place a treasure marker on a space marked with an element matching that card, and you gain the ongoing benefit. So here's the unlocking thing that goes on, or alternatively you can use it to gain one of the any spaces that you can see also over here, and you can gain this kind of Starlight permanent element stuff that Starlight has in their kit. But let's go ahead and show what this actually looks like. So I have 2 metal. Now you can see it just in the bottom corner here. I'll come back here momentarily. Sorry, back to this one. You can see I've got 2 metal in the horde right now. So I'm going to go ahead and activate the first 2 of these. So I'll activate the first one first. It's going to cost me 1 metal, so that metal is gone. I'm going to activate this, which means flip over the top minor power, and it's going to be Carapaced Land. Okay, it's not Sun, which is unfortunate. So Carapace Land, of course, has earth, plant, and animal as its element alignment here. So let's go ahead back here and take a look at what I have access to. So I can basically do one of 3, actually 4 things here. I can place it on the plant space, which would be it would give me the ability draw +2 cards when gaining a major power and gain 1 now. Not really interested in doing that right now, so that won't be it. I have Earth, which is allowing me to add a presence, which is almost certainly what I will be doing. And then I also have then the Violent Form ability that requires an animal, and that is your damage dealing powers originating from the Incarna deal +1 damage. Now that looks really interesting to me. I'd really like to have access to that, but I kind of want to get access to that once I know I have the Fire Innate unlocked, because they kind of go hand in hand together. So right now, I don't know for sure that I'm going to be going for the fire innate, and I definitely want to be going for the sun one first, if at all possible. So I think here what I want to do is just lock in that earth space and do the add a presence and do a proliferation, so to speak. The other thing that I could do here, if I wanted to, if I didn't want to have access to any of those abilities I just talked about, I could come down here and I could take one of the any spaces. I could, for example, come back to my board. I could go and I could place this maybe here, and that would mean I could take any of the 3 elements, and I could give myself, for example, access to a permanent earth element for the rest of the game. So that's the other option I have. You kind of have any of the abilities or this kind of anything. But I'm not going to do this anything right now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do this. It's going to give me requires earth, which I just found, and that just gets discarded. And then I'm going to do add a presence. And this was one of the other two. This is one of the 2 things I wanted to do on the first turn. I would have loved the first turn that gave me access to the sun ability and the earth ability. So this is 50% of the way. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to take, as I say, from the bottom track. So the bottom track is going to allow me to move, I think, across. Let me see. Do I want to push my way back up this way? I think I probably do. Just maybe into that land there might be interesting. Give me access maybe to that C6 over there, something like that. The other thing is I have this favors of steel and bone thing going on, and that is that defendish type power that I talked about before. Which I might want to use next turn on this land here. It will still take a blight, but it won't kill the one of those Dahan, and it would give me a sort of a free gather of the metal back to the Incarna. So that's the favors of steel and bone. So I think that's probably going to want to go in there next turn. We know this is gone. Maybe up here, is there anything we can do up here? Not too sure, but we're already kind of covered there. I think I'm just going to go here and move across that way across the board. That's the one I want, and that's unlock me an air now, which could matter. No, it's not going to matter. I was going to say if I unlock the air innate, that might matter, but it won't for this turn, so that's okay. So the final thing that we want to do then is, of course, we want to do the second one of these. So we'll spend another metal, and we will do this again. So we will flip a minor pair, and this is absolutely sensational. I am having a ball already doing this. So I'm going to flip the top card, and it doesn't have sun, unfortunately. This is very disappointing altogether. This is going to give me animated rack root, and this is, of course, a card with 3 elements as well here. Let's quickly throw it in. It's going to be a moon, a fire, and a plant. And again, I don't really want to lock in that plant element right now. That's something I want to maybe have access to for later in the game. As I say, I want to be bottom track. I want to be trying to unlock innates here in this game. And to that end, I do believe that I may want to lock in the fire innate right now. I have just spent one of my fire cards, one of my 2 fire cards, which is a little bit unfortunate from a kind of a sequencing perspective here. The other thing that I can potentially look at doing right now is unlocking the moon ability. Now, I like the look of this moon ability. I didn't when I saw it first, but if you take a look here, the moon ability says your special rules and powers originating from the Incarna may push but not gather invaders as though they were explorers or towns. And then you gain some fear for each city pushed this way. So this essentially turns all of your push abilities that, like, for example, the air innate there pushes an explorer or town. It would allow them to push a city. And that is a way to really lean into the metal game and gain as much metal as you can by pushing cities instead of having to kill them. But given that I'm playing with Spreading Rot here, and I've got this kind of thing where Spreading Rot gets access to kind of damage amps, so to speak, I do believe that damage is probably the way that I want to be dealing with invaders in this game, rather than pushing. So I think I more want to lean into the damage, which this gives me a chance right now to go ahead and lock in that fire innate, and I think that's what I want to do. Only one thing I'll say is the elemental alignment on the fire innate is sort of stepping away from the sun, and I really wanted access to that sun ability to gain the metal at a faster pace. It's a real pity I didn't hit it. I had 2 shots to hit it here and I missed both times. If I'm taking this fire ability right now, it pushes me down the route of 3 fire. And if we go back and look at the panel of Kovitz, Kovitz has this kind of thing on the bottom track where after you reach the sun element, you have a choice of fire or animal. And if I want to go and take the fire one rather than the animal one, you know, that's leaning me in that direction to take the fire one. But the animal is the one that I'd want if I was going down the sun route. See there on the bottom, 3 sun, 3 animal. So that kind of gives the bottom 2 abilities sort of go hand in hand here. The bottom 2 and 8, the air one and the sun one. That was kind of the direction I was thinking about going. And it's a pity now because I've given myself access to the fire rather than the sun. I could get really greedy here because I've unlocked an air on my bottom track already, right? The air is a kind of a, if I don't use that air innate, the air space on the track is kind of dead. So let's come back and look here for a second. No, where is it? Here. Have a look at the bottom track. That air space that I've already unlocked. If I don't use my air innate, that air space is kind of dead. The other thing is here to unlock maximum of the Scent of Shining Earth innate, which is the one on the main panel, to get access to the extra metal there, you're also trying to lean into the sun and the earth. And then finally, if I come back again to here, you can see that the earth and the sun are both, or the earth, should I say, is prevalent in the air innate and the sun innate as well. So kind of everything in the game that I wanted to play is pushing me towards that sun and air innate and not the fire innate. Very distinctly not the fire innate. So it's a real pity here that it feels like I'm being forced into the fire innate, but I think I'm going to get as greedy as sin. I did come into this saying very much that greed was going to be the name of my game. I could take the fire innate here, and I think that may be the strictly best play if I was looking to win this game in some sort of hypothetical tournament setting. I think taking the fire innate is the correct play here. Kills stuff on the board. You know, it just kind of deals with problems, and it links in with the spreading rot ability. But just some part of me is just saying I want to get greedy and take the moon. But then taking the moon, I'm like, I have to unlock the moon, and then I have to unlock the air, and then I have to unlock the sun as well. It's like locking in way too many things. Whereas if I just take the fire now and lock it in, it gives me access to stuff to get rid of the stuff on the board. And no, I'm gonna play it safe. I've talked myself into it. I'm taking the fire innate. I hate myself for it, but I'm gonna do it. I have a feeling that this will lead me away from the greed metal game. But it's just unfortunate how it played out, but I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's go ahead and we'll take Animated Rack Root back out of there. We'll throw that away, and we'll use this ability to go ahead and unlock the Fire Innate up there. And I do actually have access to that Fire Innate now, believe it or not, which is something. Because as you see here on my spirit panel, if I remove that there, I now have this unlocked, and the first level of that innate is 1 fire and 1 earth, which is another reason that it's probably sound logic to take it right here, because that gives me access to a ping of damage at range 1 from my Incarna, which is back here right now. Where do I want to deal that? I think I just ping in here, kill one of those towns, and that's one less town, or kill one of those explorers, and that's one less town to be built next turn. So I think that's a pretty solid way to go about doing all of that. That's it. We're done with the first turn. We're an hour into the game and we're finally done with the first turn. But there was a lot of talking. There was a lot of figuring stuff out, as there often is as part of these games. As you know me, I like to have strategies and really think through the stuff early in the game. So let's go ahead and kind of clear all of that up and see where the game takes us from here. Okay, back to growth. 1 energy on the side of Covets and none on the side of Spreading Rot. So what I really like is Spreading Rot's G4. The cost, forget a power card from discard, you get access to a power gain, you get access to 2 rot, and you get 4 elements. I love the idea of that ability, and I have a feeling that I'm going to want to use that a whole bunch in this particular game. I have this 0 cost card that I just threw away there, that gives, you know, it gives you some rot, and it gives the other player an energy, but I sort of feel like I need to throw that away and start cycling through here, and unlocking my innates and stuff like that. So I think what I'll do is I'll take this ability, the G4 here, which is going to be cost, forget a power card from discard, and I think it's a 3/1 cost. The Infesting Spores, add a disease or 1 damage, and then if disease is present, 1 damage. That can kill a city. That's got to be your payoff for when you get the rot game rolling later in the game. That's the payoff card. I can't believe it's correct to throw that away now, so I don't think I will. I'll throw away the Exaltation of the Reforming Land, so that's going to be gone. I'll forget that card. We'll throw it away over here, and then I will gain another miner. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is going to be Cycles of Time and Tide, Savage Maw Beasts, Twilight Fog brings the madness, and Portents of Disaster. Not hugely in love with any of these, I have to say. Cycles of Time and Tide is another way to remove Blight if we didn't have enough of them already. It's also another way to generate Dahan, which might be helpful. It has to go in coastal though. Don't see any fantastic targets for that. What I'd really probably like to do here is take a miner that I play this turn, so that when I discard at the end of turn, I can use the G4 and throw away the miner, as opposed to throwing away my unique powers. So I'd really like to start kind of cycling through and throwing away minor powers here instead of unique. So that's kind of what I had in mind here. The Twilight Fog brings madness is a 0 cost card with sort of some of my elemental alignment, so it's not the worst. Add a strife. So where can I add a strife that will help here? So I mean, a strife in there solves that land. That's probably pretty good. Yeah, I mean, that's a 0 cost solve a land card. So yeah, let's take the Twilight Fog. That's fine. Twilight Fog brings madness. We'll quickly throw that into the card count there and have a look at that while I go ahead and have a sip of my beer. And also take a look at what I'm going to do on the side of Covets. So we're going to take the Twilight Fog anyway on the side of Spreading Rot. And we will also, so we'll have 2 card plays. We'll also do this kind of add a thing here. That's going to go from the bottom track. So that's going to give us access to a rot there. Ideally, we place onto a jungle or a wetland this time, and that would give us access to another rot that way, in theory. And then we'd have a bunch of elements from the G4. So we can start to really get the innates going, hopefully, this turn. On the side of Covets, so we can stop the build over here. I wonder, can we do something a little bit similar to what we did last time with this city, and start to generate some metal out of that city over here. So obviously I can move my Incarnate across. I can do that way. That's fine. I can do the find a metal. Is there any way I can get up to 3 earth? No. So I definitely won't have to add 1 more metal, but find a single metal into the city is actually, that's all we need there. So that's all okay. Favors of Steel and Bone, we said, is is a way potentially for me to solve the. Let's quickly have a look at it here. That gives us access to the to a kind of a quote unquote solve on c3 there, so I may well play that, but it's not actually, no, I can't, because it's not going to have any metal in there, so that actually won't work. So I'd need to target that land for the metal with my innate. And I don't love that, because that just gives up on the metal altogether on the city, for example. So actually, I'm not in love with that here at all. Petition for Smoldering Wrath is this one where you kind of pay energy to kind of do different things, like make minor powers slow to fast and that kind of thing. So may well look to do one of those things here with Petition for Smoldering Wrath. The Renewing Rain isn't really doing much. We said we're taking the Twilight Fog, so let's go ahead and come back and maybe start with that. The Twilight Fog goes there. That means we definitely will not be getting access to 3 plant this turn. So that means the Renewing Rain then will not be. Well, I don't really want to play this Renewing Rain unless I have access to the 3 plant threshold to get the wilds. That's probably not what I want to play. I do have this other card, Land of Deadfall and Rot, which is this kind of, it's a defend 3 power, but I'd really rather not be using this to defend 3. I'd like to, if I can, use this as my rot generator. Play it, return it, play it, return it, play it, return it. That was kind of what I had in mind with this card. Now this needs to come from a sacred site, and it will be gain 2 rot plus 1 per invader / Dahan. So I could use this to generate 5 rot, as we see it right now, with a sacred site into this land up here. That could give me access to 5 rot. During time passes, pay 2 of it to put it into my hand, and then I can just keep playing that every turn, basically. So that's a kind of a way to kind of get stuff moving that way. This setup right here would not give me access to the added disease on the spread choking death. I'd need to play a card with animal. Definitely want to play the Twilight Fogs, and then I've only got one other card. Playing the plant gives me access to this ability over here, which is giving me 2 rot. So essentially, 2 plant right now is worth 2 rot to me. If I took this card away, I'd be losing 2 rot automatically. For example, if I wanted to play this card, that was the thing I was thinking. I want to play the worms and bugs sort of stuff. That actually isn't going to trigger. Oh, well, I suppose it would trigger up there, wouldn't it? Next time invaders are destroyed. Well, no, it wouldn't actually. Those invaders are not going to get destroyed. The Dahan is going to get destroyed. Like, I could defend 3 in that land, you know? And right now, like, letting my entire board go to hell, as I'm sort of doing, is probably a terrible idea. So I could just defend 3 in that land, not use this for my rot generation, defend 3 in there. That kills the town, saves the Dahan, and then maybe I reclaim it, maybe I don't. This would cost me 1 energy. I'm getting 2. This would cost me 1 energy. I'd be getting 2 rot plus a further 2 from this innate, but that's not until the slow. I'd have access to 4 rot essentially, which I could use to gain a single energy at the end of turn, or I could return this. But I do think I want to go ahead and defend 3 in there. I was coming into this game thinking I was only going to use this card for gaining wrath, but immediately I'm thinking I need to defend 3 in that. So that's solved. This is solved. That's okay. Over here, we aren't doing anything about that right now. Like I can target it with the metal and then use the favors of steel and bone to get the metal, and it would get me a single metal, but that's not even going to unlock one of my abilities over here, and I'm really, really greedy for those abilities. But I really want to get access to that that city kill over there if I can. This setup over here, if I move my way across on this side of the board, what I can do is, in the slow, I can... Well, no, I can't. I was going to say I could target that land, but I can't. No. I have no way to target this land with the spreading choking death, because I'd need to use the first innate to put the to put the wilds in there, but I don't have the wilds add. That will not work. Like I can unnerve attention over here to push one explorer out of that land. I could use it to generate 3 fear if I put the metal on that city, but then how do I kill the city? It's not killing the city at all. It sort of feels like I need to... If I get the hand on that land and use the favors of steel and bone on that land next turn, I still get access to the metal from the land. But it will be... The hand will be essentially bringing the thing back to me. I could do that fast next turn though, so I can target that with the metal next turn, as well as the favors of steel and bone in there next turn. So it would mean playing the unnerving attention now and using that to push the hand into the land. If I go bottom, I could get access to this over here, which would stop this ravaging and blighting. So I have a way that I could go find the metal, do the put the metal on this town, and then stop it from ravaging. But it's not even that good. I'm not even sure it is. Because I could just target the land with the metal, take the blight, and then the hand will counterattack and kill the thing and drop the metal anyway directly into my lair. So that's kind of got to be just better and more efficient. I kind of get a free kill with the thing, and then I can still do this thing with the favors of steel and bone for next turn. So I think I want to do this, use this to move the Dahan, I think. So then the other thing I want to do here is I want to gain a power card, don't I? Because I don't care about that sun. So I'd rather just gain a power card and go to 2 plays. Let's go ahead and do that. Going to give us 2 energy as well as the one that's there. So that's all pretty good news. We could be thinking about gaining a major a little bit sooner than we thought, but that's all fine. So that'll be 2 up there. It'll be 1 up here. I still have access to push my Incarna, and that'll kind of be depending on where I go with this card draw. So I think I'll look for a minor still, because I don't want to throw any of this away yet for a major. So I'll still look for a minor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Defend power would probably be pretty nice here. So we've got Mesmerize Tranquility. That's a pretty good one. Quicken the Earth Struggles. That's an excellent one. Call of the Dahan Ways and Bird's Cry Warning. So we definitely have some elemental alignment going on here for sure. That Quicken the Earth Struggles is an absolute no-brainer, surely. It gives us the what do you call it? Let's take a look at it here in the card cam. It gives us the fire, the earth, and the animal, which are all stuff that we're highly interested in here. It gives us a defend a 10 in the land with the lair right now, so I can just do that trick without having to take the blight. The other one that I have is Mesmerize Tranquility, which is another quite nice one, but it doesn't give us the fire. And as we said, we've already unlocked the fire, so we'd really like access to the fire in 8 as much as we can. It's not necessarily mattering this turn, except for maybe 1 ping of damage, but 1 ping of damage is always better than 0 pings of damage. So let's go ahead and take the Quicken. And we'll play the Quicken and the Unnerving Attention, I think, right now. Let's just make sure that makes sense for us. So we'll take 1 each there. That goes back in there. Now, we have Add a Presence at range 1. We have Push the Incarnate as well. You can push the Incarnate first or second. We'll probably do that first, I'd imagine. We're going to be doing the Find a Metal in this land here. In the lair land. So I think that's all fine. So we can push the Incarnate. Where are we going with this? So we said we want to do the Find a Metal in there next turn. And we need to go and pick up we don't need to go and pick up the metal, because the Favors of Steel and Bone, the Dahan grab it and they bring it back, don't they? Yeah. Yeah. Brilliant. Okay. So we can move across this way if we want to. The Dahan are going to go in there, and we're going to push some Dahan in there from either this land or this land, depending. But actually the metal is going to be present in this land. Oh, but it needs to have invaders. Okay. Okay, so we likely won't have an invader. Oh, we can, because we can France 6 back in there. So actually that'll work really, really well. That'll give us an extra 2 fear, so we can use that. So okay, I think we're good on that one. So let's push our Incarna. The question is where. So we know next turn we can use the Dahan to bring that back to my Incarna. But still, do I want to be coming across here and maybe solving this land over here? Or do I maybe want to be doing something with this land up here? This is just going to be a whole bunch of towns getting built. That's going to build 1, 2, 3 towns. That's going to build 2 towns. And that's going to build 1 town. My lord. But we are going to get 1, and we're going to get 2 back. So we'll be a little bit low, in truth, in the old town department, which is one of the big concerns about this sort of style of play. But I think that's all okay. We have a damage ability here that can potentially kill this town over in this land as well. So we kind of have some ways to get some amount of it back. So I think that's all fine. So the Unnerving Attention we know. The Quicken we know. The question is which direction I want to push my Incarnate. That's the bit I'm not sure about. I'm going to have access to a single point of damage only from this innate. I'm not going to have access to unlocking anything in the slow phase here. But the following turn, I'll be able to get like 3 metal back. We'll be able to get access to 1 of them at least, which is okay. Ideally, we'd get access to 2 somehow, but I'm not sure we can do that. The question is, do we have a way right now to use the 1 ping of damage in combination with what Spreading Rot is doing? That's the question that we need to answer. And can I use that somehow? So 1 ping of damage in this land combined with, I don't know, the Rot ability somehow. The -1 health ability. I'm not really sure we have access to that. I don't think we do. So that's just got to be what it is. Okay. So I think this is it. So we need to pay for this on this side. So we gained 2. That's going to be 1 and 1. Now we definitely gain 1 rot off the bottom track. The question is, where do we place our presence, and will it be a wetland or a jungle to gain the extra rot? I do believe we want to start gaining the extra rot. I didn't see access to a perfectly good land for us to kind of jump into to -1 on the invaders. So we probably won't do that. We probably want to move ourselves across the island a bit and start to maybe, you know, combo some stuff on this side of the board. So maybe jumping across by 2 and into that land there will work quite nicely. And it will give us the extra rot. So that's 2 rot we have in there. Then we gain 2 rot on the growth. 1, 2. And then we'll actually get access to 2 rot as well. So I forgot, we'll have 6 rather than the 4 I was explaining before. And we do get access to a moon, water, earth, and plant here as well. So that's all fine. So then we're going to have access to kind of the first 2 levels on here, and we'll have access to, I think, 2 levels over here, 3 in fact, but one of them isn't really potentially relevant. So all of that looks pretty good to me. Mostly slows except the fast here, but we do need to figure out where we're going. I think we said we'd go across that way with the Incarna, and then we need to add a presence at range 1 here. And I think range 1 can we can go across this way. We've already kind of come across this way, so let's use the move ability with the Incarna first and then move ourselves 1 across somewhere. Why don't we maybe move over there? We know that's going to ravage and we're likely going to have to let that go, so that's a bit unfortunate. But it is what it is. So yeah, that's fine. We'll move that one over there. I think that'll be okay. That'll give us access to a bit more of the island over here. So all good over there. We do need to bear in mind we have a quick in the earth struggle, so we maybe want to be thinking about sacred sites for the future. But I think for now we're okay. So that's all that. We moved the Incarna. And we added the presence, we gained our energy, we paid for our cards, we have a fast here, we have a fast here. So first of all, defend 10. That's going into that land straight away. A lot of moving parts here, folks. It's taken me a minute or two, as I expected it probably would, but I think I'm starting to figure it out. So that's to defend a 10 in there, and we've got to find 1. Do we have access to this? We actually do. So this power may target lands with metal, which isn't going to be relevant. Do we have access to the next level down? We don't. This one we don't either. So we just have the find a metal that's relevant. So we'll place that in there and we'll find 1 metal with that town. That's going to be that. We didn't want to use our Incarna back into that land, so that's all okay. The next thing that we want to do then is over here, we want to do defend a 3 into this land. That should be fine, hopefully, in there. And then the innate's doing that, so it's all done. So let's go ahead, and that's a slow thing over here, which we of course do have access to. That's fine. So let's go ahead and we will flip an event, and this one we will be resolving, and this one is going to be Strange Tales Attract Explorers. Are we still stage 1? We are still stage 1. Now, 1 fear per spirit that has at least 1 sacred site. Both players have a sacred site, so that's 2 fear. After advancing invader cards, add an explorer to each land with a sacred site. So that's not ideal. So let's go ahead and put a reminder for that. 2 reminders over there. And then we have beast attack. Each beast deal 2 damage. Remove any token that destroys buildings. So that is looking pretty amazing. Oh my god, this is amazing. Beast attack deals 2 damage and kills 2 of those explorers. And that is a sensational turn of events, if I do say so myself. Very timely beast attack there. And then we have Coming of Age. On each board, add a Dahan to a mountain or sands with the hand, and we will happily happily go ahead on this board over here and add a Dahan into that land up there, which will kill an extra explorer for us, hopefully. And the other thing we will do, I believe, on this side of the board is we'll go ahead and add a Dahan into that land up there. So this is an event that has gone sensationally well. So let's be quite thankful about that one. They don't always all go that well, but this one did, which was good news. I'll put that reminder token up there just so I don't forget to do that. So that's the event. We don't have any fear cards. That's fine. Let's go ahead and ravage. So up here we've got a blight. Over here we're safe. Over here we're defended 3, and that's going to kill both of those buildings, which generates a fear. Let's that back in there. One fear. And over here then we're defended a 10, which kills 2 things, and that now drops the metal into the lair. That's gone. That's another fear. So the way the metal works is the metal at your, so when they get destroyed or pushed or removed, it drops the metal and leaves it unattached. So it is technically in the same land as the lair, but it's not in the lair down here on this board yet. I need to get my Incarna back into that space. But once per turn, I have this thing where I can return my Incarna. I'm not going to do it this turn because I'm out and about. I'm chilling out on the island for now. But I will at some point be obviously jumping myself back in there. And once I do that, I can then go and pick up that metal en route to the lair, which is quite nice. So that's all that. So we've done the ravaging. Let's go ahead and build. So over here we're going to build, and then we're going to upgrade or replace, should I say, the thing. Down here we're going to prevent the build, and because France, let's have a look at the wording here. It says after invade. No, not that one. Where are we here? It's France 2, I believe. After invaders build in a land with 2 or more explorers, you replace the all but one with an equal number of towns. So of course we didn't build in this land, so the replacement doesn't happen. Over here we'll just build a single town, and thankfully over in this land we're now only going to build a single town as well, which is wonderful news. So we have 4 towns in the supply right now, which is okay, not the worst. That's the build. We didn't do any triangle trade building city, so that's all fine. Now we'll go ahead and we'll do the explorer, and we have 2 things to remember here, one of which is France 6 and the other is after advancing the card stuff. So first of all, let's explore in the lands we need to explore into. So that's going to be 2 in there, and that's going to be a triple explorer land, which is dangerous. That's going to be 1 up there, that's fine. And then on the other side, we're 1 and 1 as well, which isn't too bad. We are facing down a triangle trade in that land, though, so let's bear that in mind. So that's all the exploring done. So now, after the explorer, we'll go ahead and France 6. We also have this thing after advancing Vader cards. We're going to have to add 1 to each land with a sacred site. And actually, this is kind of nasty because we're going to add 1 in there after we advance the card. So I'm just going to do the advancing first, and then I'll France 6 after I do that. So I needed to get 1 of these in there because of what we talked about with this card before. So that's now, I now have that satisfied, so I don't have to France 6 in there anymore. Technically France 6 is happening before this, so I could France 6 in this land and then add another explorer after if I wanted to. I may still want to do that, but I don't think I do. I think I'll France 6 in that land with the beast. And then on the other side of the board, do I have anywhere I can safely France 6? I mean, I can just do it in there. I think that's all fine. And then we did the advancing thing, which was adding a thing to each sacred site, so that's done as well. So all of our abilities are done, our effects are done from the invaders. So then the other thing now that we need to be thinking about is this. We talked about already. That was add a strife to this town and push this explorer. Sorry, push the Dahan, not the explorer. It's a pity because now we're going to have to isolate the explorer, or the Dahan, should I say. Don't love it, but it's okay. We can do it. I mean, this unnerving attention is pushing those Dahan out of there into there, but it's not really particularly meaningful either way. I suppose pushing that in there might not be a bad idea. If we get an explorer here, then we can prevent the build, and maybe we can, I don't know. I'm not sure. You know, defend the land or something like that. So, I mean, I think maybe I'll just push that in there. And then each thing takes 1 damage, which isn't going to matter, so I'm not going to mark it. And then the other thing then is we, of course, have our two innates down here. So I suppose do the innates matter first. Let's think about this. So what I have is any land I can gain a rot per moon, and I have 1 and 2, so I have 2 things. So I'm going to get 2 rot off that. And then I have -3 rot, which can remove a blight from somewhere. If there are no buildings present, which could be in that land if I wanted to, I could remove that blight. I don't have access to the bottom 2 levels, so this is only a rot gain and a remove a blight if I want to, and I likely do want to do that. The other ability I have here needs to target a land with a disease or a wilds, which will definitely be this land. So this is a no-brainer. So I have access to level 1, 2, and 3. So the first level is going to be 1 damage, push 2 to hand. And because invaders have yeah, so it only kind of combos with buildings. It doesn't combo with explorers, right? Because it's -1. So 1 damage will already kill an explorer. So if I do a single point of damage here, I can kill the town, which stops a city. Although I have a disease prevent there, so that's actually fine. So I'll kill that. That's the first thing. So it's 1 damage, which that only has 1 health. So that's a fear, and that's a fear card. That's the first thing that ability does. Then I have 1 fear on the next level, and then I have push up to 3 tokens, disease / wild, and I don't really want to push that disease out of there. I know I'm going to consume the disease next turn, but I don't really want to build 3 towns on that land, so I'm kind of happy to just keep that disease there, even though I want to keep them on the board. It sort of feels like I need that disease. I could, of course, push the disease into this land, stop the triangle trade, and I don't know whether that's interesting or not. Stopping a triangle trade obviously stops a city as well as a town. So it stops 5 power coming onto the board. Where it is right now, it's stopping 6 power coming onto the board. The question is, what do I do with my ability? So what I have is over here, I have a ping of damage. Yeah, it's a pity I don't have a presence in this land, because if I could push the disease in there, that would reduce the power of that town, and I could kill it with my ping from Covets, but I don't have that. Don't have much going on for next turn either, but next turn looks like it's going to be a turn for Petition for Smouldering Wrath, which will kind of get some stuff back into the hand of spreading rot here. So I think I'll leave this over here. Is my decision on that one, which will actually, no, you know what? Because if I'm in that land, oh no, yeah, I'm not with a disease, am I? Next turn, maybe I'll have access to the triple green, which will allow me to put a token back into the land potentially and deal some damage and kill the towns. I do prefer not having a city and then an extra town. I think I am going to do it. I'm going to push that disease in there. That's the decision on that one. So that's done. On the other side of things then, so we said we were going to gain 2 rot. 1, 2, and then I can spend 3 rot to remove a blight in here, and I'm going to do that. That puts that there. That spends 3 rot. And then at the end of the turn, I'm going to spend the 2 rot to put this card back in my hand. And then when I do the round down thing, I don't lose my final rot. So again, I'm trying to optimize on the rot here. Whereas if I didn't spend any of my rot now, I was going to start discarding it at the end of the turn and all this kind of stuff. So I think this worked out pretty well. So that's all that done. Unnerving Attention then. So we said in here, land at range 2, there's invaders. 1 fear. If metal is present, which it is, 2 more fear. Push 1 Explorer Town and up to 2 to hand. So we know we want to push the 2 to hand in here. That defend is gone, and I have to push this Explorer. So I will push the Explorer over into that Beastland, I think. And I will... Yep, that's that resolved. And then I finally have 1 point of damage at range 1 from my Incarna. Is that meaningfully different to kill that single Explorer? Oh, actually no, what I can do here is I can do I can target this land because it allows me to move. So the way, again, let's have a quick look here. No, I keep doing the wrong one. The rule for Kovitz is when targeting a land with a power, you may push the Incarnate towards or into that land, and this can enable range and targeting requirements. So if we come back to the board here now, I'm at range 2 from this land, but because I can target it and move my Incarnate by 1, so I can move it in this land and then target there and kill an Explorer, which stops a build of one of the conversions basically of a town. So that stops an extra town. So that was a legal move. So that's all good, all done. Yeah, super nice. I'm really enjoying these little interactions here. This is a lot of fun. So okay. So end of turn, I'm going to go to discard. So 2 things happen here. We have the rot ability, and we also have this land of dead fallen rot. So if we bring that up and have a look at it here, it's this one here. So it says during time passes. So I have a during time passes on my ability as well as my my special rule, and I get to choose which order these resolve in. So I'm going to choose to resolve the land of dead fallen rot first. So I'm going to pay the 2 rot, and I am going to put this card back into my hand. And then finally, then when I go over to the during time passes ability, now I'm going to lose half of my rot round down, which is going to be 0 because I only have a single rot left. So that's all really nice stuff going on there. It feels like the rot economy is kind of working a little bit. It's a bit slow, but I feel like I'm optimizing what I have at least. So I'm not fully sure whether this is good or bad, but it feels pretty okay. And obviously on the side of this dragony boy over here, I lose access to both of these. They go into my discard pile, and I'm all good there. So now we're going to start to get the train rolling a little bit again on the metal this turn, which I'm looking forward to. So what's up next? Next thing we can do is we go back to our growth. That's all back there, and that's fine. We obviously didn't bring our Incarna back, so the Incarna Spidey Incarna is chilling over here with his cowboy hat, which is a decision. It's fair to say that Spider-Man and Covet's Gleaming Shards of Earth are not exactly identical, but I'd say they're close enough. Mobile fellas getting about the place, wreaking havoc. Okay, what do we have? We have our growth for rot. I think we want to just do the same thing again. Honestly, I think we want to go add the presence, and we want to go do the discard thing from the graveyard, and we throw away the Twilight Fog. I'm not married to that card by any stretch of the imagination. So let's go ahead and do that. We're getting minor power again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, and we'll have a look here. We've got call to trade. Oh yeah. Oh, I love call to trade, and it's perfect elements for us, which has got to be a windmill slam here, surely. Call to trade. Let's just throw it straight into the card can. We know it. We've talked about it on the channel before. One of my favorite cards. But when we talk about greed, this is the card. This is the game where we're being as greedy as we can. And let me tell you about the greed I have for call to trade. I am going into all those trades with those Dahan and those invaders, and I'm getting as greedy as possible. I love this card. I love looping this card and filling a land full of loads and loads of invaders and just keep letting it build, and I'll come back and deal with that problem later. So this is almost certainly what I'm going to be taking here. We have access to Swarming Wasp, Light of Land's Rejection, and Dry Wood Smoldering in Splinters, and all sorts of other things that I don't care about. We will certainly be called to trading here. Now, I am keenly aware that doing builds with France is a very, very risky thing to do. So it is worth taking at least a moment to consider the fact that might hurt me a lot here. So for example, if I would call to trade in this land up here in the corner, defending the land would kill 2 towns, whereas call to trading in the land is going to build a city, so it's like, it's potentially very, very risky. But the one thing about it is if I call to trade on that land, I actually pull this town out of the corner, which stops a city build up there, which is quite nice. So let's take a moment to just put that to the side. I'm still likely taking the call to trade here because I'm so greedy anyway. And of course we're going to be going bottom track to give us access to 3 card plays. That's going to put that up there. We're going to get a rot from there. We're likely going to get a rot from that if we can at all make it happen. Probably a Sacred Side in there seems to make sense. But on the side then of Covets, we did say that we would likely be playing, well, we're definitely playing the Favors of Steel and Bone. We're likely playing the Petition for Smoldering Wrath. So does that mean we G2, just get a bunch of extra stuff on the board, and then come back later and reclaim next turn? This would give me access to a Sun, and I could in theory unlock the Animal, question mark. Would give me access to this innate right now. So the Favors of Steel and Bone. So we need to do the metal in there. Then we do Favors of Steel and Bone on that line. Let's have a look at this card here. Favors of Steel and Bone. So we target the C2, which I'll come back to in a moment. So it'll be 2 fear if invaders are present. That's nice. We'll have the metal under the hand, so that's the targeting requirements covered. For each metal in target land, invaders deal 6 less damage to Dahan, and right now there's only 5 attack points coming in, so that fully protects those Dahan. Then the Ravage happens. The Blight comes in, and then after the invader phase, then obviously the city and the explorer die, and then after the invader phase, for each dropped metal, move 1 Dahan to the Incarna. So I fire those Dahan back across the island somewhere to wherever my Incarna is, and they bring the metal with them. So that all sounds really, really nice in that land. So that's a beautiful thing. And then that's going to be obviously that land solved. So that's easy. And that's where I need to put my metal target. That's where I need to target with the metal ability. Yeah, no, I'm not quite at the add 1 more metal to the city. It would be lovely if I could, but I unfortunately can't. So the adding extra metal to the city isn't going to work. The one thing that could work is if I manage to flip over the Sun on my treasure ability, I would immediately get access to the first level of the Sun ability, which will be find a metal. So that would be really nice. If I can do that, I would get access to it. There won't be a city within range of me, though. In actual fact, there won't even be a building within range of me, because at that point I'll have had to jump back here into the lair, and I won't have access to, at range 1 from Oh no, yeah, sorry. So I can move. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm jumping ahead of myself here. I thought I was thinking I was screwing myself, but no, I'm not, because I keep forgetting I can move the Incarna one closer to the land. So that's all okay. So petition for Smouldering Wrath and Favours of Steel and Bone. If I G2 here, I unlock the Sun, and I might just want to jam the fire innate. Given that I have the fire, and I really want to be unlocking that innate as much as I can, I probably have to take the fire. If I take the animal, it's like leaning into 2 innates that I haven't even unlocked yet. So that's madness. No, we can't be doing any of that. That's nonsense. So we will, I think, G2 here, give ourselves access to the Sun and the fire. Does that unlock the second level of the Sun of the fire innate? Unfortunately, no, it doesn't. But it potentially does when we reclaim. Yeah. If I reclaim, I'd get access to him maybe on the reclaim. So I think that's probably pretty important. Let's go ahead and do that. So, again, G2. 2 presence. I'm going to get access to 1 energy from that ability. I'll have 1 energy off my top track. Now, add presence at Incarna and add presence near lair. So range 1 from my lair will likely just be there. That gives access to quite a few lands across here. If I go there, actually going there gives me access to that corner, which might help. That gives me 4 lands, and here I have 1, 2, 3, 4 lands, but I already have access to... Yeah, so actually in the end, this gives me one more space closer to that corner. So I think that's good. And then add presence at Incarna is at range 0. Do I want to move that Incarna first is the question. So I'm going to have right now what? I'll have level 1 of that. Technically, I'll have level 1 of the other 2 if I flip them. But by that stage, the Incarna's back in the lair, so neither of that matters. Now, I'm just wondering, will it matter for any of the other abilities here? Not as such. But actually, unlocking the animal ability here. We talked about this earlier in the game. I'd love to flip an animal card, because now I'd combo with the fire innate. So that would be really, really nice to actually pick up here. So I think Incarna wise, do I want to leave that where it is? I think I might. So I have access to 1 damage right now is all I have. But if I combo that with the ability of Spreading Rot, that potentially can like solve this land. Because that's not going to build right now, and I could do 1 damage into the land, and if I had a presence in there from Rot, that could be really, really good. But we do need to get access to... Oh yeah, that's range 2, so Call to Trade can already solve that. So if I go ahead and place my presence in there, is that good? I think it might be. It solves the land with a single point of damage with the Violent Outburst. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. I think it's what we're doing. We didn't find the defend power, so what can I do here? You know, I think the only other thing is, yeah, I mean, the Call to Trade has just got to be good here, right? I know what we're doing here right now is we're going to gain 1 town back. That's all we're going to gain. So we'll get 1 town back, and that'll give us access to 6 towns in the pool, and we're going to build 2 up here, 3 here, and 1 more here. Oh no. Now that's not good, is it? Because that's going to go 6 in the pool, put 6 back on the board, and then I have to escalate, and the escalation for France is after exploring, you pick a land of the shown terrain and basically add towns if you can't add blight. So I could have access to 0 lands here. I'd have no lands where I can give up a town. So I'm actually fine for mountains. Actually, no, I'm not fine for mountains at all. I'm in big trouble with mountains, isn't that the case? Yeah, I mean, I'm screwed with mountains. Probably okay for, yeah, I'd be fine, I think, for sands. I'd be blight cascading all over the place, but it is what it is. Also fine for jungles. So yeah, I mean, at least 2 of my terrain types will be okay. Maybe I'll be all right for wetlands as well. But this isn't looking great. I have to say, I've been thinking about all sorts of getting all sorts of engines and things online, getting very, very greedy, of course. But as it happens, I am running out of towns. What I'd really love to find here with the petition for Smouldering Wrath is a defend power on that land over there. And with that said, I am not sure that I can afford to place this here. I think I need to let that be a defend 3 next turn with my the land of Deadfall and Rot instead of the damage ability, and just let the damage ability from the Fire Nate just deal with that land instead, and then go over here, somewhere closer over here, to give me access to a defend power in this land. I could go in there and then that'll give me access to any of the defend 0 cards, of which I can think of 1 or 2 at least. There's the one that you pay an heir to give it an extra range, although I have an heir, so actually I'd have the extra range already. Going in there, I think, is likely better. Oh, hey, you know what? Just realized. After invaders are destroyed in your land, gain 1 rot. So I gained 1 rot off that last time. Is that the only place where that happened? No. Did it also happen in here? I think it did. Yeah, the beast attack. Beast attack. How much damage did it deal in there? It definitely killed 2 explorers in there. Did it kill 2 in there? I found 6 in there, but why is there? Oh yeah, I found 6 and then I pushed 1 in there, so it did kill 2 in there as well. So I should have gained rot for that and for that. Okay, so I forgot about this special rule, and that was definitely in those lands last turn. So these both had lands, and they both had that ability happen last turn. So that would have been gained 2 rot because it triggered twice, and then at the end of the turn, I would have lost 1 rot because I had 3. So I would have lost 1 and I would have gained 0 energy. So technically I should have 1 more rot than I do. I should have 2 rot in the pool right now, not 1. I didn't gain any energy off it, so that's okay. So I need to try to remember that. This is definitely a lot of little fiddly things going on with this guy for sure. So we play the call to trade. We gained that one. Because we can't afford to just throw away 2 to hand up here anyway. But we do really want to try find a defend power there. And I think I'd like to get the rot by seeing, so the +1 range. Is there anything else that defends at range 0? Is that one that defends 5 with the crazy screaming goat? Is that range 1 or is that range 0? Can't remember. Domesticated animals. I forget whether that's range 1 or range 0. I think I'll get greedy and I'll go here for the extra rot. So I'll do that. And then Call to trade. The Land of Dead, Fall, and Rot as well, which could give me Defend a 3 in there, but Defend a 3 is not going to be enough. Actually, I can't get Defend a 3 because I don't have a Sacred Side into there, so that doesn't matter. So the Land of Dead, Fall, and Rot, and then I have 3 card plays this turn, so the last thing I want to be doing, the Renewing Rain, both of them give me a water, which will give me access to the repeat on this, which is pretty nice. That costs 4 rot. That's a lot. Renewing Rain here. I'll get access to a blight remove in there because that's going to blight, as well as adding a wilds in there. And a wilds right now seems really good. Like getting access to that while I have the 3 water does seem pretty good. I also kind of want to get that out into the bin. Well, I'm going to be reclaiming them, but yeah, so no, that's not going to matter. Renewing Rain gives me a blight removal. That'll put me up to 3, and it will get me closer to getting the. This is going to get out of control, as we just saw before. There's going to be potentially blight cascades all over the place from the escalation here, and if there aren't blight cascades, I've probably lost because I ran out of town. So it looks like there's probably going to potentially be a lot of blight going out here. So getting some blight removal is probably pretty important. The Worms and Bugs and Soil. Next time invaders are destroyed at range 1. I don't even have a way to trigger that, so yeah, no, that's not going to really. No, it's fine. This is what I'm going to do. Although that does give me another moon, is the other thing with that. But yeah, no, get a blight removal and a wilds is probably better than. With this card, I have to get a wilds and a blight removal, but I have to pay 3 rot to do it. Would get it in that land though. Oh no, there's not even going to be a blight in that land. No, this is it. Okay, so I'm going to generate 2 off the top track. Oh no, I've just realized. 2 off the top track would give me access to 3 energy, but then I've no energy to pay into Petition for Smouldering Wrath. I'm literally going to be broke. Ouch. Well, then that doesn't seem good, does it? That doesn't seem very good. So instead, I'll put the Renewing Rain back in my hand. And go from this track instead, because that still gives me the water on the repeat over here. Probably can't afford anyway, but it will be quite nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be the way. Gotta be the way. Okay. Call to trade, Land of Dead, Fall, and Rot. Range 1 from a Sacred Site. Still only generating 5 energy, 5 thing off this. If I put that Sacred Site there, but then I'd be too far away from this to try defend this land. So I could make a Sacred Site there, and then I generate the full 7 rot by targeting that land, but that's just not the way. No, okay. This is it. It's a pity we lose out on the Renewing Rain, but kind of it is what it is. We go top track, which gives us 1 more rot. We gained the 1 because we placed into the thing, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3 rot there. 2 more rot from the growth. We keep 1 energy in the pool to potentially pay for the domesticated animals, which I really hope is range 1. I think it is, but I'm not 100% sure. And then that's going to be everything there. Over on this side, as we say, we gain a minor power card and play a minor power card costs 2 energy. Oh, God. So no, I'm not going to even be able to do that. Okay, well then that's worse. So, okay, let's put the petition back in my hand. This is rubbish. Let's do this a different way. The petition goes back in my hand because I can't use it. Picking one card up to pick the other card up is absolute nonsense. So we will go and do this the way I talked about. We are going to go bottom track. We're going to get one less rot. That's going back there because I don't get that anymore. Spend the one on this. I'm tapping out. That's all okay. I'm not playing the petition, so now I'm going to gain a card instead. So what have I done so far? I placed that at range 1. That goes back here. I instead take this ability. I'm going to take 2 energy now instead of 1. So the petition does nothing. I mean, I guess I can target myself. And what does that do? I only get to do gain a minor power card. That's highly wasteful, I would say. So that's no use. So no. So I'm going to put this back. I'll put the fire back. And then go bottom track for the sun. But I'm looking for a card. And it's still going to be, so 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I look for a major? Here's the question. I can play any major that costs 4. I now need to hit a fire element, which will limit me much more. But it feels like the game's getting enough away from me here that I need to find a major. I hate stepping away from the mini game, but the game is getting away from me here. I think I probably do need access to a major here. So my presence is going to be over here, and I haven't considered moving the Incarnate yet. So this is all okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's have a look and see. Do we have a way back into the game for us? What do we have? Unearth a beast of wrathful stone. It's almost perfect, but it's 1 too much energy. Oh, I can go top track. Okay. Unearth the beast of wrathful stone. Now that is an elemental alignment if ever I've seen one. Cast down the briny deep, that won't be it. Vengeance of the dead, that won't be it. Mist of oblivion, that will not be it. So we know for certain that we will be unearthing a beast of wrathful stone. That is for absolute sure. Let's have a little quick look at this lad here. So that it looks, I mean, it looks slightly like a dragon. I'm not going to lie. It looks a little bit like a dragon running around the island, and it's going to say, I basically have to buy myself one more turn, and then I get to wreck the biggest land on the board. So after the next invader phase, with no ravage build actions in target land, so I'll have to target a land that's basically not about to ravage or build. I get to do loads of damage, loads of fear. And all sorts of stuff here, so it's pretty nice. I'll definitely be taking it because it's a wonderful card and it's a huge amount of fun to play. So I'll take that. Now we will go top track, as I say. So we'll remove that sun element on the bottom. We don't need it for now. So instead of gaining 1, I think that was meant to be there. Instead of gaining the 1, we'd now gain 3 from the top track. I hope I didn't cheat there and take 1 neck too much energy, but I'm pretty sure I had that lined up from before where I had 1 on the top, 1 here, and 2 down here, but I've now changed it to 3 up here and 2 up here, so I get a lot more energy going this way. That's going to pay for all of that, and then I have 1 more to pay for that over here. I have the 2 card plays from the bottom track already. This is now going to go at range 1, but I do now need a Sacred Site, so I need to consider that especially. And let's think about what land would we like to kill with the Unearth the Beast. Potentially this, probably the biggest land right now that's out there that's causing us problems. So we could go, there's no Ravager build, kill that, and then we get to do the add a beast, push the beast, and then 1 fear and 2 damage in its land, which can solve this land up here in the corner. So that all sounds really, really nice to me. So that means we need to get a Sacred Site there. And then we just let this lad hang out over here. or Incarna is actually technically that is a sacred site over there, but it's fine because we have to do this at fast phase anyway. So let's go ahead and sort ourselves out. We still do have that innate over there. That's fine. We have technically we have hit what still only the first level of this. Yeah, but that's okay. So Unearth the Beast goes in here, targets that land. Now, next, Favors of Steel and Bone. Well, actually, sorry, first, find the 2 metal in there. Then we target that land. 2 Fear, if invaders are present. And then we're going to prevent basically the 6 damage to the hand that we talked about. So that's that. We're unfortunately slightly short for another Fear card. It would be lovely if we could get access to another Fear card, but unfortunately we don't. So that's all okay. Yep, all that's done. Petition still in my hand, but that's not going to really matter, it seems. So on this side of things, then the defend 3 we said we're not going to do. It's going to be the gain 2 rot +1 per invader / the hand. So from a sacred site, we will target this land because it's got 2 invaders and 1 to hand. That's 3. So 2 rot +3 is 5 rot. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Loads of rot. And then we have Call to Trade, and that's targeting this land. You may gather a Dahan. I think I will. Reduce cultural assimilation value or risk, let's say, on that side of the board. And then if the terror level is 2 or lower, which it is, I can gather a town. So I'll gather him out of here. And then the first Ravage in there becomes a build instead. So that is traded. But that's all fine. It's not going to actually add any towns from the builds. Thankfully, it's going to build a city, which is, I don't know, maybe not such good news after all, but it is what it is. And we have, of course, unlocked a bunch of innates down here as well. That's done, that's done, that's done. Let's go ahead and have a drink. And we'll flip an event. The event is going to be Resourceful Populace. We're still on terror level 1. For the rest of this turn, after an action destroys 1. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. This is one of the ones we talked about, of course, in our France episode, where we said there's a number of things in here which are basically the worst type of events to hit, and they're the ones that add more buildings to the board. And this is very much a card, an event card that adds more buildings to the board. This is shocking news. This might kill us, actually. It probably will, if I had to guess. So let me pour a beer here and see what the plan is for dealing with this card. For the rest of this turn, after an action destroys 1 or more towns or cities, add 1 town to an adjacent land. Yeah, and we've no isolates going on, so that's all gross. We have then virulence among close-packed homes. On each board, add a disease to the inland land with the most buildings. Probably not going to save us here. Inland land with the most buildings. Inland land with the most buildings on this board is this. And then on this, it's this, which stops the city build. Well, it's not even going to matter. Yeah, this is absolutely fell because I have 1 and 2 things that are dying in the Ravage, and that adds 2 towns. And then we also add a bunch of extra towns. So I need the Fear card to save me here, or I'm dead. Each spirit with at least 3 among all its lands gains 1 energy and may reclaim a card, which is not spreading rot, and it is Covets. So Covets gains 1 energy, and you can reclaim a card. What do I reclaim? Maybe I reclaim Melt Earth Slag. Yes. And then if I miss on this Fear card, I think I'm dead. So I haven't even hit the first Slave Rebellion yet, and I think we're dead. So that's all well and good. I'll obviously put a reminder over here. Remind us how wrecked we're getting here. So let's go ahead and hope to God 1 damage per Dahan might save us a little bit here. We'll see. What to be it? Each player removes an explorer or a town from a land with disease. Well, that might help. That gets 2 back in the pool. That might help. I still think we might be dead. So that actually stops a blight there. That's 1. And then if I take that away from there, that solves that land on its own. We don't care about that massive pile up there. That could potentially be solved with Unearth later on. So that's that. That gets 2 things back in the pool. This is super close, but I still think we might be dead. So now we'll go ahead and ravage. So we know up here we're going to build, but we don't build because we remove that. That's that. Now we go ravage in here. We do add a blight, which does destroy one of our presents. The Dahan don't die. They fight back and they kill this. Ooh. Oh, okay. Here's where the greed starts to matter. So let me think about this, because I can attack back and I can deal 2 damage to the 2 explorers and 2 damage to the city and not kill the city. And if I do that, I don't place an extra town. So that keeps a town in the pool, but it obviously wrecks me because I don't get the metal back in the thing and it's just all kinds of bad. I really don't want to do that, but I might have to. So let's think about the rest of the maths. Over here, technically we can do the same thing, actually. So that loses us a fear, but well, actually no, because right, the town dies and then we just place the town. So no, it's definitely better to do it here. So this town dies, that gives us a fear. Because either way, we end up with 1 town on the board. So then the way that works is added to an adjacent land. So an adjacent land will be... What's an adjacent land? Maybe in there. That's in there. Over here is safe. And then we already did this, which we skipped the build up there. So that's that part. Now, the question is down here, do we want to kill the city to take the extra town? So if I do this, I'll basically take a town away from that pool and put it somewhere out there. And then we're still going into the build and we're still going to be building 2 towns over here, none here, 1 here, and then 3 here. So that is the full 6. That'll put the full 6 towns back onto the board. And then I will have to go into an explore facing down what. So just let me check then which of the lands I can safely explore into. Again, let's quickly remind ourselves of the France rule. The France rule is the escalation. After exploring on each board, pick a land of the shown terrain. If it has a building, add a blight. Otherwise, add a town. So if I take the greedy play here, I will essentially have to be able to, on both boards, have a land with a building in the terrain. So let's go through the terrains one by one and look. First, sands. No, we'll die because we don't have a town in a sand. But in actual fact, this might be a reason if we rewind to the Ravage. We're still in the Ravage, right? So we haven't seen any extra information. So technically, if I undo that fear for a second here, that's gonna Ravage. And what I could do is do 1 damage to that and 1 damage to that and leave the town in the land, which would give me access to a sand on that board to blight into, and I'll definitely have a sand on that board to blight into. So technically, actually, we can be safe with sands. We are safe with jungles because I have, at least on both boards, I have a land that I can blight into. Mountains we're not safe in. We're safe on this board, but we're dead on this board. That would kill me. Mountains would kill me. Sands and jungles wouldn't. And wetlands, we will be building things. So wetland. So the only terrain type that would kill me if I do this is mountains. And I'm just one of those kind of guys. I'm too greedy. I can't give up on that metal. I'm gonna have to do the 1 in 5. It's a 1 in 5. It's a 20% chance to die. So what I will do is I'll undo that fear that I talked about. So that strife comes off. The Dahan deals damage and it kills the explorer, and it deals 1 to the town. Okay, so that's that, and that strife is gone. So I'm keeping that there. And I am killing the city over here. So the city dies and 1 of the explorers die. The city dies, that generates 2 fear, gives me another fear card. And you have this trigger. Well, after the invader phase. Okay. Breach drop metal. Okay, so we'll finish out the invader phase, and hopefully we don't die, and then we'll get to do the thing. So we're playing this game on a razor's edge, but you know this is how I love to play the game. So this is my comfort zone. This is what I enjoy. So okay, so we will go ahead then, and that was all the ravaging done. Now, oh yeah, of course we have to do this, right? So the city died. Now we have to remove our. Where's that? Hold on, missing a town. Oh yeah, this one. So when I destroyed that, I added a town into here, but no, that's back in the pool. So that wasn't there anymore. But we still do have the jungles covered 1-on-1, so that's fine. So okay, now we do the thing, and then we now get to choose. Oh, it's a pity. Hey, you know what? Actually, wait. If we do this in here, we can put the town in there, which actually it changes which of the terrains kill us, but we get 1 extra fear. Isn't that correct? Now mountains won't kill us anymore, but sands will. That better. Which is worse for us if it comes up. I'd prefer to play a game where that's in there, we blight in there, we blight in there. If we blight in there, we're in pretty big trouble, aren't we? Maybe we can find our way in and do a Quicken the Earth Struggles before that ravages. Maybe actually that's a pretty good target for Quicken the Earth Struggles. So I actually don't mind that game where Sans explores and we live. Whereas, oh yeah, we're about to wipe this. So we actually prefer to play a game where this explores and then we just wipe it straight away. So we prefer the game where mountains keeps us alive, don't we? Yeah, I think so. I think we prefer the game where mountains keeps us alive because we're about to wipe that mountain. So let's keep mountain alive. Mountain keeps us alive and sands kills us. Is this way. That puts the explorer back in that land, but we did kill the town and we put 1 next door instead, and that gave us an extra fear. Hopefully people keep up with what I've done there. So I've made the decision where the terrain that kills us is sands. And I think that's okay. 50-50 shot. It's either sands or mountains. Hopefully neither are the one that appears right now. But as I say, we're about to wipe this land, so we prefer to play a game where mountains kept us in the game because we're about to wipe it. So I hope that makes sense. So the ravaging is done. Now we go to the build. We saw what we were doing with the build. We should have 6, not 7. Oh yeah, because we never added the one over here. So then the question was then in that case, where did we add the blight? Or where did we add? Sorry, the town adjacently from from destroying the city. Adjacent land, I think. Well, we'll put that there. That allows us to place a... You choose this as our blight land, whereas up here now I'm forced to blight Cascade from this. I don't really want to blight Cascade, so taking a single blight and losing a presence will probably be better, I believe. I think so. So I think I'll do that because I've got access to get ways to get sort of sacred sites in there, and I've got two presents in there anyway, so I think that's fine. So I think I'll place that in there. We're kind of situated at our lair anyway, so that's probably one of the lands where we can kind of get some work done in. So I think that's a fine place to put that. So that's that. Let's do the build. One, and then we replace two with two towns. This is what we talked about before. I might be going super greedy here by the end of this line, but you know, it's just one of them. Remove that disease, and then over here we go build and replace. So we're now down to 0 towns in the pool, and let's see how this game works out from here. I've gone mad, but we'll see what it looks like. Fortunately, I've just realised that the renewing rain... Oh yeah, it will work, because I could in theory potentially glide up there. So, okay. So, that's the build. We didn't triangle trade. Correct? Yeah, we didn't triangle trade. So here it is. We just don't want to see Sands. Sands kills us. Ah, look. It's jungle. Okay, it's jungle. Fair enough, right? Actually, that's probably the one that we most want, because now I get to get access to the blight removal with the renewing rain as well. That actually gives me a blight removal there. So I think that's the land type we wanted. We will lose a presence over here, but look, we'll figure all that out after the fact. So first, let's explore. Because this is the France thing is after exploring. Yeah, so let's explore first. So we'll go single explorer up here. Double explorer. Now we're still in massive trouble. Needless to say, I have a land down here that has 4 explorers in it, which is all kinds of terrible news on the next turn. So we're still in huge trouble. So technically, no, this isn't the land type that we wanted. I think we probably wanted mountain as our explorer there, but that's okay. So we've gone 1, we've gone 2, and then we've gone 2 there, and we've got 1 there. So now, after exploring, we do the on each board pick a land off the shown terrain, and then if it has buildings, add a blight. That's the only thing we can do. So on this one, we'll add a blight up there, and on this one, we'll add a blight down there. And then that says over here, after invaders, Dahan, or beasts are destroyed in your land. No, so that's not triggering me. So no, this is just death. Okay. And that's going to triangle trade as well. Yeah, no, we're in all kinds of trouble here. This is dreadful news. I also have to France 6, of course, after I explore. Let's not forget to do that. France 6 will go into... I have no targets on this board, and that's never really a good thing. I'm not going to lie. It's never really comforting to say, oh, you know what, I've nowhere to put France 6. So that means your board is a mess. And right now, this board is a mess. So there we go. We've done our France 6. We've done that horrible thing. And I dare say we're in a touch of trouble here. A touch of trouble. Let's have a look. Let's see. What do we have? Well, first of all, over here we have at range 1 into a jungle, remove a blight. That goes there, and then if I have 3 things, I can add a wilds. That's the first thing. Now, I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 rot. And my abilities cost loads of rot, which is okay. My actual innates wise, I have the top level, I have the second level, I have the third level, and I believe I have the 4th level. So I have all 4 levels of that innate. And on this side of things, I have, unfortunately, I missed the first level again, but I think I have the rest. 1, 3, 1, yeah, 1, yeah, so I have the rest. 1 damage, push 2, fear, some extra damage, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's a pity. This whole invaders being weakened doesn't combo with removing explorers, which is a pity. Okay, so let's think about this. So after sorry, I forgot a trigger here. After the invader phase, for each dropped thing, I can move 2 of these and bring that over to me here. So those 2 down come over to me. I'm sprinting down the beach, and they come over to the dragon, and they give the dragon the metal. So I now have 2 metal there. And I will be able to jump myself back into the lair and gather my 3rd metal there, and then go ahead and do the ability over here. That'll give me access to 1 damage from my lair, so I can, kind of clear out one of these lands, which could be quite nice. Like 1 damage in there. If I hit the animal in 8, that could give me 2 damage in there, that kind of thing. So that's probably not too bad. I actually have a way to kill this town and push this disease, which I could push that disease in there, and that would stop 2 towns next turn. So that's quite nice. Put my innate here, so I can target at range 1 in here, 1 damage, but my presence is in there, so I kill the town, do a fear, push this in there, and then I can repeat the power. So that's definitely one of the uses of that, because that gives me a town back and stops 2 more towns over there. So that's really nice. Anything else I can do? I don't have any disease on this side of the board, which is a pity. I can add a wilds in there, but that's not really up to much. This is like a bunch of blight removal, but the only place I can remove blight is in there, range 1, and it's not really doing much of anything. You can add a wilds in there, but that's not. Wilds do prevent the escalation. So after exploring on each board, oh no, actually, yeah. Yeah, no. I think if that's just after exploring. I think if I do any explore, I'll have to do the ability. I was gonna say, like, if I put a bunch of wilds out, does that potentially save me from the escalation? How does that work again? After exploring on each board, pick a land of the shown terrain. I think technically that may need to say after the explore step. I can't remember how that rule works, in all honesty. But anyway, I'm not going to be able to get enough wilds on the board where that matters. Yeah, I think I need to jump myself back in the lair and then target this with maybe my 2 damage or something like that. Maybe I unlock the air innate, and I can like push another explorer out of there or something like that, and like kind of minimize this four town mess that's going to happen next turn. The other thing I forgot I actually have to do here as well, sorry, is unearth the Beast of Wrathful Stone, of course, after the next invader phase, which was this turn. So I'll go 3 fear, forgetting all of my deadly stuff. 12 damage, so which will wipe that land, which is another 3 fear. And add a beast. Unfortunately, I don't have the threshold, but that's okay. So I'll add a beast in here, and that will be you may push that beast, which I most certainly will. I'll push it up here, I think. which is because that's going to solve a land and it's going to kill a town. Could push it in there to deal 2 damage in there, which wouldn't be bad, but I think pushing up here does a stop a blight and the thing, which is probably not bad. So push it up there. 1 fear and 2 damage in its land, which is going to kill that and kill. That's essentially 2 more fear. So there's 1 in the pool, which is that plus 1 more. Two towns in the pool. Not great. I won't lie. It's not a great setup. So right now, yeah, I've got 1 ping of damage, which technically 1 ping of damage in there does kill a town. It doesn't solve the land. I can add. Well, actually, it doesn't. It doesn't right now because I don't have 1 of the tokens in there, but I can add 1. So in here, I can go just add a wild with my left and 8. Again, one rot and then add a wild, and then the repeat. So we already talked about this is definitely 1 land where I want to repeat, want to do this, but the repeat could go in here and deal 1 damage, which kills a town, which is something. And then if I use my innate in that land, that kills the other town. So that actually kills 2 towns and solves that land. But it leaves all of that there. And at that point, next turn, I'll be building city. Nothing, because we solved it with the innate. 4 towns and a city and a town. So I'll be adding 4 more towns back to the board. And technically, I'm getting rid of 2 of them, 3 of them right now. So that actually would put me back in the game, essentially. And as I said, if I hit this aeronate over here, in theory, I could get rid of at least 1 of them, which is 1 less town to have to deal with. So I think that's how I go about doing this, because this also stops a blight. And then the only land I have left to deal with from a ravage perspective next turn is that land, which I can reclaim my quicken if I want to, and quicken the earth struggles in there, which might be nice. But it's a good spot for quicken the earth struggle, let's be honest. And that will get me a bunch more towns back in the pool. So yeah, that's all good stuff. So okay, that's what we're doing. So let's start here. We will go first level of the innate is gain 1 rot per moon, which is only 1. Then I have a remove a blight. No. Add a wild. Remove a blight. No. So that's that done. Now, I have at range 1. Skip the first line. Then I have 1 damage, push 2 to hand. Over here, I'll do in here, because its target requirements is with a disease, I will go 1 damage, push 2 to hand. 1 damage in here kills this town. That's a fear, because it's 1 less health. I'll push that to hand in there. That'll generate another fear for the next level, and then push up to 3 disease or thing, and that's going to push 1 of them in there. Then I'm going to spend 4 rot to repeat this power. 1, 2, 3, 4 rot gone. Repeat the power. Now I'm going to repeat the power in this land. 1 damage, kill a town, generate a fear. 1 fear. Push up to 3 tokens. This time I won't push the token. And then I don't get to repeat it because a repeat ability loses the word repeat the second time. So, you know, that won't work. At least I'm pretty certain that won't work. I know for the vast majority, or for all cases in this game, when you repeat a power, the word repeat gets removed from the text. So this isn't something like slip the fall time that lets you repeat it any number of times. So it just lets you repeat the power. So that's fine. So that's done. And that was pretty nice. Now, over there, we also have this violent outburst thing. So we're going to go 1 damage in that land, which is going to, again, kill that town. That's going to kill the town. We only have the first level of that ability, so that's all fine. And I'm going to jump myself back in the lair, so moving the thing isn't going to matter there. So the next thing I'm going to do then is I'm going to do once per turn. I'm going to return my lad over here. He's going to bring these lovely shiny pieces of metal back with him, and I can't wait to roll the dice and see what I get. So he's going to bring the 2 metal back. I'm now back in the lair with 3 pieces of metal this time, so I'll bring them over. 1, 2, 3. And I will pick up a minor para and roll the dice. And let's see what I find. So that's going to be for that one. Flip a minor para. Now come on now, show me the money. What do we got? What do we got? Hazard spread across the island. It's 4. It's 4 elements. We'll stick it in there and we'll have a quick look while I take a drink. So I've obviously used 2 of these elements. So technically it's actually only 2 elements. So here is where I have a chance to maybe dig for a major. To help me do stuff. And help me turn the tide and get this back. I feel that it's turning a little bit. I don't know if you're watching this and you can feel it, but I feel like I'm nearly stabilized. And a major power could help me stabilize here. But if I take the air... if I take the air and 8 right now, as I say, I get to push one of them out of there, and that is a town solve. So that would mean essentially next turn I could play this safe. I could just take the air and 8. I could reclaim, because Petition for Smoldering Wrath just isn't doing it for me right now. So I technically only have 1 card in my hand, really, one really useful card in my hand. So I could reclaim, get the quicken back, quicken in that land. And provided all goes according to plan, that gets 2 more towns back in the pool. Which will be then 3, 5, 7 towns in the pool. And then I'd go to the build step, and the build step will add... this is assuming I took the air and 8, right? So I push one of them out of there. So now I'll add 3 here, and then 1 more for the triangle trade over on that side. So it'll be 4. That would leave 3 towns in the pool, and then I can escalate with towns to my heart content. And I'm not at risk of the escalation anymore. And all of that sounds pretty good. The air and 8 also gives me a reason and a purpose for that air on my bottom track, which I talked about before. I quite like the sound of that. And it would help me well. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm kind of getting away from the find a metal ability. Unfortunately, this is the 3rd chance now, and I've missed the sun all 3 times. So the all-in metal greed is just not really coming together for me. So otherwise, I just I gain a major with the green ability, with the plant ability. 6 shots. I have 6 shots at it. And if I hit a major, I've 2 energy in the pool. That would give me a chance to go G3 again next turn. Like, if I find a way to defend this land, that's kind of what I'm getting at here. I have a free shot at it, essentially. If I find crap, I just kind of throw it away, and it doesn't matter. I can still reclaim and still do the plan I was doing anyway. I just have 1. Obviously, at that point, I've got 1 less. 1 more explorer in here, which equates to 1 more town getting built. But this could, like, I could find like a fast damage power to solve that land. I could solve that land. There's like a whole bunch of stuff I could do. And even still, I could still potentially reclaim. Even if I found a major that it was like a slow major that didn't solve the board, I could still potentially reclaim, get the quicken back, and I'd have 5 energy. So I could play like a 4-cost major. So I think a major here makes more sense than just 1 piddly little air and 8. I think a major here is the way I turn the tide. I think I'm doing it. I think I'm pressing the major button. Okay, because Unearth the Beast might not happen again in this game. I need something that's going to be more immediate than that, I believe. So let's go ahead and press the major button. So I'll take the green one. Sorry, that's it there. Going to go up there. I'm going to spend the 2 metal this time, and I'm now going to look at 6 majors, and this is beautiful. Look, this is like fractured days that never were. So 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, that's 5 and then 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've used this. So we're tapped out of all of our abilities right now, so I can just throw all of this away. These are discarded. Technically they're still in play, but for now I'm just going to get them out of our way so we can go ahead and look at our 6th shiny brand spanking mage, and these are all gone as well. So that's all gone there. Yeah, we're gonna do the return a thing, I think, at the end of turn. So they're gonna be gone. That potentially gets returned to my hand for 2 energy at the end of turn. I might be reclaiming. We'll have to think about how that one works. And now I will go 6 majors. Let's have a look. Come on, there's something beautiful to really stabilize. Dream of the Untouched Land is not really it. Forest of Liberty Obsidian, that might be it. That certainly might be it. Bargains of Power and Protection, that's a pretty good one too. Rapid Wings of Sunlight, that's not bad either. We have definitely some options here. Sweep into the Sea and Bloodrack Plague. We got some good ones. So Bargains of Power and Protection, can I threshold that? No, well, no. I'd need an any element here, which I don't have. But I can't threshold the bargains, which is unfortunate, because if I could, that would have been a really nice one. I would have definitely been considering that one here. Forest of Living Obsidian, that's the card I can threshold, most certainly. Then I threshold it on the Reclaim. 4+1 plus, no. Sorry, not on the Reclaim. I don't need to reclaim it. Sure, I don't. What I need to do with that card is, if I G2 top, I can threshold that. Because I've got Melter to Slag, Forest of Living Obsidian, and then I unlock an Earth and a Fire on my top track. So that gives me access to all of that. And what does that do? It'll be slow, of course, but assuming I survive, I'll get the repeat, and this will just like wipe out loads of invaders. Can I make 2? It's not giving me a defend in here, though, is the problem. Doing that is all very, very slow. It's powerful, but it's slow. And right now I need a way to just stabilize the board. I don't need a way to get greedy here. I just need a way to stabilize. Rapid Wings of Sunlight. I threshold you. If I go top track, I can. Again, same story. G2 top track would give me access to an extra animal, and I'd have the other elements, so that would allow me to kind of scoot something across the board. It would just give me a defend 5 in that land, which is already fine, but I could gather a couple of the hand in there to kill the extra town. That in there, something like that. So that would just give me my defend 5 there without having to reclaim. We can keep kind of churning through the deck, and I think that's probably pretty good. And that would allow me to keep going, and I could melt it into Slag again. So I think all of that's pretty decent. I'd really like a way to start leaning into this metal thing here, but it sort of feels like I'm just pushing towards actually winning this game as opposed to the metal thing. Unfortunately, I didn't hit the sun metal, so I really wanted to, but I just didn't. And that's just kind of the way it has to go. Dream of the Untouched Land is no. That's definitely not part of our plan here. So that one is gone. Sweeping to the Sea is not going to be it either. Bloodrack Plague is nowhere near matching the power level of the other 3 cards. So the 3 of them are gone, and we're left looking at, so bargains. Unfortunately, I just can't threshold this. It's a good card, but it doesn't solve this for me right now. And otherwise, if I can't threshold it, I'm not that interested in it either. So decent, but not quite it. Forest, as I say, I could threshold, but I'll end up going like Forests. Like, it would be great to threshold it in here. I've no range boost or anything like that. So I think I just have to take the safe play here and just take the Rapping Wings. And sort of just look to close out the game in a sort of a slightly more defensive manner here, with kind of moving my stuff around and defend. It's a very good card, and if you can threshold it, it's excellent. So we'll have a little quick look at that. Obviously that hazard spread is gone from before. The Rapping Wings is the one we're going to take here. And let me just get myself that sparkling water here. So yeah, that's going to solve my my C5 for me on the Ravage here. It'll allow me to kill the extra town by pulling an extra Dahan in, which would be great. I can shuttle stuff around the board with this, but as it happens, I'm pretty well situated for it anyway. But it'll allow me to do extra work on an additional turn. So I'll take the Rapping Wings. The card I'm going to lose in this case, I think it might just be the Petition. The card is very good, but I'm not really in a position to take advantage of it. So what's about to happen here at the end of the turn, I guess, is the question. I'm about to... So I'm going to pay 2 to get that back in my hand, and then I've got 6. Which I'd lose 3 of it, and then I'd gain 1 energy only. And I'd come into next turn with 1 energy in the pool, and I'd gain 2 more. And I could gain a power and play 1, 2, 3. But again, I just don't have the energy. So petitioning for Smoldering Wrath is just not happening for me. It's just not coming together. The elements right now, it does give me a fire, which would be really nice. But I've quite a lot of fire cards already. Got the Quicken and the Unearth the Beast. I think the rest of my hand just makes more sense. Next turn, I'm basically just doing 2 of these. Yeah. I have to play that for the sun. Take me along the top track, get me down to the animal as well. It'll give me the earth. It'll kind of give me a bunch of little bits and pieces. And then that'll all be fine. And I'll be able to hopefully get 1 more metal back. See what I can find. So I'm throwing away the Petition. It didn't quite come together. It's okay. I'm not too worried about that, so that's fine. So that's all of that there. That's going to be my next turn. So that's done. This, I'm paying the 2 to put this back in my hand so that I don't need to reclaim, and I can do the G4 again, I believe. Yeah. And then, as I say, I lose half. So half of that is going to be 3. 3 of it's gone, and then I gain energy equal to half of that rounded down, which is 1. First time gaining energy off Rock this game, so that's not bad. That's 1, and that's all okay. All of that's gone, and we get to keep 3 coming into this turn, which is pretty nice. Okay, so we know what we're doing on this side of the board. We said we're hitting a G2, which is going to be along the top track. We have the Incarnate obviously back there, so we'll see where we're going in terms of moving the Incarnate and all that kind of good news. So it's going to be a gain of energy plus 1, plus 3. So it'll be 1 plus 3. 1 plus 3. And that'll be paying for all of this, so that'll be 3. And then 2. We'll figure out our present stuff now in a moment. And on this side of the board, then, of course, we said we're going to go ahead and we're going to go G2 and we're going to G4. So the G4 is discard a card, forget a card from discard. Now, did I forget to do this last turn is going to be the next question I ask myself. I may have forgotten to do this last turn. Let me check. What did I forget? I forgot the Twilight Fogs. That might be the only one that I forgot. Did I forget anything else? Exaltation. I think I might have only done that twice. What turn? We're going into turn 4 here. Turn 1. Oh no, I did it twice. Exaltation and the Twilight Fog. Yeah, no, I did do it. Okay. So we're fine. So now I do it again. Forget a card. Call to trade. Their level is 2 or lower, so that'll still be on. But get to the point where I'll throw away the call to trade. It did its job. Okay, and now here I'll go minor again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Drift down into slumber. Not bad elements. Steam vents. Gift of power. Oh yeah, gift of power has got to be the good one, right? Do we need drift down into slumber? No. Will we need it next turn? Yes. Is the answer, but we won't have it for this turn. And if I do gift of power is just all kinds of beautiful things. No, I can't turn down to gift of power. There's no way. The greed in me will not allow me to turn down that kind of value right now. There's just no chance in hell. The perfect element card for all the elements, all the things that I want to do in life. There's just absolutely no chance. I'll be turning that down. So gift of power into my hand. Gain 2 rot from up there. 1 rot likely from here. 1 rot from here, and then we'll unlock a moon on our bottom track. We'll keep going on the bottom track for now. It's been working okay for us so far. And then we'll be playing 3 cards, which would be 1, 2, 3. The 2 from the top track is the 2 energy that we talked about from before when we talked about this last turn. So we'll take the 2 and we'll put them up there. And we'll have lots and lots of elements this turn, and we will have our animal element for the innate over here as well, which is really nice, and we'll have loads of rot as well. So all of that's really, really good news. So we'll unlock both of these innates. We need to choose where we're putting our presence. So let's think about this. We're hopefully not hitting a disease prevention, because that would be bad news. Disease prevent might kill us. But there's nothing we can do about that. Defend a 3, we're not doing, because we're doing the gain of rot. Now we'll be able to gain at least 7 rather than the 6 rather than the 5 from before. Technically, we could again make a sacred side over here, which would give access to the full 7, but I don't think we necessarily need to do that. I would rather give myself access to sort of, damage amps with the, combo the innates with the damage abilities from Kovitz here. I think that would just be a better way to go about doing this. So I'm not going to get greedy on getting the extra rot. So the question is then where I place this presence. And probably in there is the answer, because that's a land that I'm going to want to be dealing damage in. Unfortunately, I will not have access to a city that I can gain metal in, which is, a little unfortunate. I also am 1 earth short in this case of doing the add 1 more metal to a city. It's to a city, so I actually don't even have that. So maybe next turn, after we build some cities, I might have that on the reclaim. But for now, at least, it's okay. So I'll find a metal, and I'll only need 1 metal to bring it back with the other one, which will give me access. So I will hopefully have that treasure ability this turn. So that all should be good news. So the question then is, where's my Incarnate going? I want access to the melter to slag, and I want access to the violent outburst. And in theory, I need access to this side of the board and up in that corner as well. I suppose that's probably a better candidate for defending, isn't it? So I might want to do a Wrapping Wings of Sunlight on the reclaim next turn, maybe, in that land up there. I've got a Slave Rebellion this turn as well, which I've just noticed. Slave Rebellion can kill that town. And stops the city build up there. So that's pretty good. So we'll be doing that with the Slave Rebellion in that land, and then otherwise we can, on this side of the board, we can just Slave Rebellion one of those towns away as well, which is also pretty good. I guess actually, hang on a second, 2, 4, 6, 7. No, we'll Slave Rebellion in this land. because defend a 5 is not enough, which I've just noticed in there, but that's fine. We'll slave rebellion in there instead, and the defend a 5 will be enough. But it does mean that we don't need to gather any Dahan into that land. We'll just do a defend a 5. So that's okay. So we've some pretty good stuff going on here. So then again, so we want our Incarna probably over here on this side of the board to solve one of these two lands essentially. So we want our Incarna over here. So I think I'm going to push my Incarna there. That's with the push. Now the next question is add a presence at the Incarna. Okay, so I'll just add one there. And then the next thing is add a presence near the lair, so one away from my lair. And again, I think I'll just do that up there, like I talked about the last time. In the previous turn, we did all the gain of energy. We now have, obviously, this. We have this now unlocked over here. And we have everything that we've done on this side of the board as well. I think we already placed our thing over here, as we said, so all that's going to look pretty good as well. So let's go ahead then and resolve our fast abilities. I think we've done everything as well that we need to. So we're going to find a metal at range 1. And I can do that in there. So I'll want to kill that town anyway, I think, in the slow phase. So let's go ahead and find a metal on that town. And that's all I have. I also have a thing not participating in Ravage, but you know, whatever, that's fine, we're not ravaging. So then we also have at range 0 in here. I can move the hand around here, but as I say, I don't want to move any of the hand. I think they're all situated pretty well, so I'll go ahead and defend a 5 in there. So that's fine. That's used. That's slow, so that's okay. Now, over here, worms and bugs enrich the soil. How does this work? Let's have a quick look at this card here. We haven't used it yet. After the next time invaders are destroyed, add a wilds or remove a blight, and you can pay 3 rot to do both and generate a fear. So, where's invaders getting destroyed, basically, is the question. And are they getting destroyed in any land with blight in there? But I don't have a sacred side. It's not going to work. Over here, we can do it where we can add a wilds in that land after the thing is destroyed from the slave rebellion. So that's something. We could also target this land, and after the ravage kills the explorer, then we place a wilds in there, which would be way better, because if that explorer comes off and it's wetlands or coastal, yeah, so that's the land. So okay, so in there we're going to target the that's removed. That's in there with the worms and bugs enrich the soil. That's fine. This land of dead, fallen rot, as I say, is targeting this land up here, which is 4 plus 2, so that's 6 rot. 3 plus 3 more. That's 6. And we did add that presence into a jungle, so we get the 1 plus the 1 plus the 2. So we have loads of rot again, which is lovely. And then we also have 3 moon this time, which is going to gain us 3 more rot. So we'll have a whole hell of a ton of rot, but we're going to need it for using the right innate, so that's all good. So those are the 2 fasts in there. That's put that ability in there. All of our fasts are done. Let's go ahead and resolve our slave rebellion. So we should all probably be pretty familiar with how this works at this time. So we're going to hit the first one, which is the stages 1 and 2. Small uprising on each board. We're going to go ahead and add a strife in there, which is going to kill that town. That strife's going to go away, and that's going to generate 1 fear for us. And we're going to add a Dahan for that, because of the bottom portion of the card, which is slightly in shadow at the moment, which is a bit unfortunate. But that's how that card works there. And then on the other side of the board, so we do this on both boards. On the other side of the board, then we'll add a strife on one of these towns in here, as we said, which is going to kill 1 and generate 1 more fear, which is going to put us into stage 2, and we will resolve 3 cards at at stage 2, or at level 2, should I say, and that does feel to me as if that should be the whole game stabilized and a win from here, which is good news, but we will of course be playing it out. So that's that, and that adds one more into that land. The strife can go away there, and we did the bottom portion, so that's the Slave Rebellion done. We'll put that to the side for now, and we will of course resolve another event. So that other event is going to go in there. This says after finishing the event, draw another one, then return this event under the top 3 as per setup. So 1, 2, 3. The Slave Rebellion is going to go back in there, and I think it's unlikely we'll see it again for the rest of the game. So the card we find this time is going to be focused farming. We are still Healthy Island, so on each board add an explorer and a town to a land with towns or blight. So okay. This is another bad one. We're hitting a couple of the bad events. We talked about a few of these as part of our France episode. So this is another slightly rough one. This is more than slightly rough. This is awful. So on each board, I'll take 2 explorers from the box and two buildings, two towns, to a land with blight or towns. So we have a defend of 5 in here right now. We are going to get destroy Explorer's Blunder here, which is lovely. So Explorer's Blunder is a beautiful thing for sure. But I was just looking at this. We can't add it in there. We've only a defend of 5, and we're currently ravaging for 5, so we can't add the focus farming in there, which is unfortunate, but that's fine. I think I'll go ahead and place it up in here in this land. So that's on that board, and then on the other board, we actually don't have any towns on the other board, which is interesting for pocketing reasons. So I would not want to add anything anywhere near that inland, because right now, I know we are about to build in there, aren't we? But we might get a fear card that can push him out of there, and then that pockets that whole inland. So I don't want to put anything anywhere near that inland right now. Let's keep it as far away as possible from the inland. Actually, we don't even have any blight on that board. On each board, add an explorer and a town to a land with a town or a blight. On that board right now, I have neither. So I actually get to skip that part of the event, which is really nice. Okay. So we're actually looking to get rid of the towns on this board. There's obviously loads of them over here, but there's none over here. So if we could keep that pocket going over here, that would be sensational. So with 3 cards, 3 shots to get rid of that explorer up there, and then we're in really good shape on that board. Obviously building in there would open up a lot of adjacencies. So anyway, that's all fine. That's that. So then we have Explorer's Blunder on each board. So we destroyed that explorer there, and then 2 of these explorers over here, and then this should be a cakewalk from here, given that. And then Offerings of Story and Season. Each spirit with at least 3 to hand among its lands gains 1 energy and may reclaim a card. Do we now have it with Rot? We still don't, but we do with Covets again, which is lovely. So Covets can go 1 and then reclaim a card. Probably won't matter here because we are almost certainly reclaiming on the next turn. But let's go ahead and return the Unearth the Beast, because why not? That's back in my hand. Okay, now let's move to the fear cards. Remembering, of course, that we can't remove explorers with these cards. So first ability is going to be. I've already looked at one of these cards here. It's going to be this one. Belief takes root. I forgot that you can't turn these face up, of course, because you don't get to see what's going next. It's not how this works. Defend 2 in all lands with presence. Okay. Not gonna make any difference to us here, but it does mean if I can push stuff into that land, I might. So that's the first one. Next up is each player may push up to 2 explorers from an inland land. Beautiful, that works. So each player, so over here on this board, I'll push him out of there. I won't be pushing him in there, although I can actually, because that's now a defend of 2, which seems okay. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I think we'll push him in there because we have a defend of 2 in lands with presence. So we'll do that because then we may be able to push it to hand back into that land and kill those 2 explorers, which would be nice. So that's that on that side. But on this side now, we actually can push both of those in there because now their land is defended for 7. And that's attacking for 7. So that's going to be able to attack back and kill loads of that stuff. So that's all beautiful news there. Really, really, really nice little combos going on. And finally, we have each player may replace a town with 2 explorers, angry mobs. Actually, these are resolved at the wrong level. Sorry. So let me back up a second here. They all should have been resolved at level 2. So okay, let's rewind. Belief takes root is the first one. It should have been at level 2. Each spirit gains 1 energy per sacred site they have in lands with invaders. Currently for Covids, that is 1, 2, 3. They get 3 energy because my incarnate is a presence over here. So it's 3 energy for Covids, and then on the other side it's only going to be 1 single energy. 4 Pauper's energy for poor spreading rot. So that was that one. Belief takes root. We gained loads of energy from leveling that up. Retreat then was each player may pitch up to 3 explorer/towns from an inland land. So what I did was I pushed them 2 in there. What I technically can do here is I can push like some of that stuff out of that sands, but you know what, that's not even better. So we'll still do the same thing that we did, and we'll still do the same thing on that board. So they're both the same. And then finally, angry mobs now is going to be in each land with 2 or more explorers, destroy 1 town per 2 explorers, which could be good. Over here that'll be destroy a town in there, and that'll be, on this case, destroy 1 town there, which is 2 more fear. Needless to say, the game is completely sewn up at this point. So our risk earlier on definitely paid off. I don't believe there's any combination of cards in the deck that could possibly have us lose from here. But we'll certainly play it out. We'll try to play it at a little bit of a pace here. Won't be too much of a climactic victory this time around, but I'm happy with it nonetheless. We'll remove that card cam and we'll move now quite quickly through this. So let's go ahead. We'll do the Ravage. No, we defended for 7 in here, as we said, and that's all going to die, which is going to give us 1 fear. All dead. Over here, defended and then dead. And now, as we said, we had a trigger in this land, delayed trigger, which is the next time invaders are destroyed, I'm going to add a wilds. So that's that done. Now build over here, build a city, which is going to triangle trade. And I'll triangle trade into, how does the triangle trade work? It's with the fewest towns, okay? And the fewest towns in this case is going to be either this one or that one. I suppose I'll probably put it in there because that's the place where I could defend, and that's all fine. So that's a triangle trade. The next thing I will do, so that was what, build there, build no, build prevent, and then build up there is no. So again, that's that side of the island pocketed. And then we will go ahead and do the explore, and the explorer is going to be mountains. So let's first explore, which is, would you look at that? Typically, that is actually adjacent to a town over there, which I'd kind of forgotten about. So we had 1, 2, 3 lands pocketed of all the 3 terrain types that weren't mountain. So the mountain is the only one that actually did, unfortunately, explore for us there, which is a little bit of a pity. But them's the breaks. So that's that there. That's that there. 2 on each. Over on this side of the board, it's going to be 2 in there, and then it's going to be 1 on the coast. And then we will have a France 6, and we'll have an escalation. So again, remind ourselves here, this is after exploring, and then the other one is after the normal explore. So you know, it doesn't really matter in this case which order it goes in, because they're 2 sort of unrelated lands, so to speak. So we'll have to France 6, and then we'll also have to escalate as well. So escalation first. So on this side of the board, we have to escalate with a town. So we'll pick one. I suppose we'll pick that one so that it doesn't triangle trade. And then on this side of the board, then we have a choice. We can either escalate with a town in this land, or we can escalate with a blight in the coastal land. And if I escalate with a blight, that flips the card, which I don't really want to do. So let's go ahead and escalate with a town. And then finally we'll have the France 6. Making a little bit of a comeback here, France, as they like to do. They push a bit of plastic back on you, but I still think we should be okay here. So this is lands without explorers in this case. So we're now about to move all of this stuff along. Just so we can see here, the wetlands and the sands are the lands that we don't so much care about. So let's go ahead and I'm going to guess actually we can France 6 up in there because that's a free kill. And on this side of the board, we probably just France 6 in there. Okay, that's it. So then we go to the slow phase. And then the slow phase on this side of the board is going to be gain a minor power card, first of all. This is target any player, but yeah, I think I'll target myself in this case for this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. So Spreading Rot is going to gain a minor power card. Gift of Living Energy is potentially quite nice. It's not great elementally, but it does have a plant, but it's a good card. Encompassing Ward is better elementally, but I'm not sure. Fire in the Sky, here there be monsters. Elementally, not Windmill Slams here. Gift of Living Energy is just by far the best card, and given that we're just going to be slamming loads of card plays here, giving access to energy to myself, to give myself 2 energy is probably a pretty interesting thing to do. Even giving 2 energy over to Covet so they can start slamming loads of majors is also potentially interesting. That's just a play and give Covets 3 energy, so I think I'll just do that. Is the Encompassing War doing anything for us right now? Not really. No. Take the Gift of Living Energy and move on. So that's in our hands, so that's all fine. Now, so that's there, and we want to kill it. The Melter at the Slag is obviously going in that land, which is going to be 1 damage, and then for each invader with metal, 1 fear and 1 damage. So we basically get two damage into that land. Now we have to either kill or push that town to get access to the metal. But the thing here is, I don't have to be the one that kills it. So it's just whenever the invader is destroyed, removed, or pushed. So I could, if I wanted, use my little ping from Spreading Rot, as well as the damage from Melter at the Slag to kind of solve the whole land. I mean, at that point, either way, the damage will just work either way. But that's kind of how that all shakes out. So basically, on the side of Rot, we want to put the wilds in there with the left innate to use the right innate as well. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So the first thing, and we have access to all levels. Oh no, we don't actually. We don't have the bottom level, but it's just a removal blight, so it doesn't matter. So okay, and then we have the 3. We have the 3 plants. Okay, we have the first 3 levels on this side. So here we're going to go gain a rot per moon, which in this case is 3 this time, because again we've used the G4. So we'll get 3 rot. We're almost running out of vitality tokens here because we've got so much rot. So that's beautiful. Now, pay 3 rot. If no buildings are present, remove a blight. Well, there are buildings, so we can't do that. Now, -1 rot. Add a wilds. I wonder, I think I may on the previous turn, I've forgotten to pay that cost to add a wilds. So do you remember at the end of the turn we did, there was 5, I had 5 rot. I would have lost 2 rounded down. So instead of losing 3, I would have lost 2. It actually would have worked out the exact same. So I would have come into this turn with the same amount of rot. So I think I forgot that trigger last turn, but it didn't end up mattering. So this time I will pay the single rot to add the wilds token in here. And that's at range 1. Now, right innate. I have all levels, I believe. Yeah, I have access to every level. So first thing, pay 2 rot, add a disease. I do believe I want to do that. So I'll go pay 2 rot, add a disease. Seems like a good financial trade. Now, next, 1 damage. Push to the hand. So I'll do 1 damage in there, and I'll just kill this this town, which generates a fear, and he drops his thing. 1 fear is the next level. Push up to 3 tokens, and then I can repeat the power. Push up to 3 tokens. Pushing the tokens isn't really going to matter here, but I guess getting a thing in there so that I can deal more damage is probably pretty good. So let's go ahead and do that into that land. So we'll push that in there, and we'll keep that one in there because we have to, of course. And then we're now going to go ahead and we are going to repeat this ability. And where are we going to repeat the ability? It's gone. I guess we repeat it in there. Well, actually, no. You know what? Let's push you in there. Right. No. We'll push you in there, and then we will go ahead then and repeat in that land. Or yeah, we'll swap the other way around. We'll do it this way, and then we'll repeat the power, which is going to cost 4 rot. Yeah, although I'm paying 4 rot right now to do what? I actually don't really have a good spot to do repeat. Actually, I guess I do over here. It's fine. Yeah. So I'll do 4 damage. Or 4. Spend 4, and then I'll spend another 2 to add another disease. I think this time I'll do it in here, and then I'll do 1 damage, and then I'll do 1 fear. And that just kind of solves that land if it comes up again. And then I can push 3 tokens. I will not push 3 tokens. Actually, maybe I will. It might push a token in there. Yeah, it stops that build, doesn't it? Yeah, definitely push that token. It's beautiful. So definitely push that token. Yeah. So then that's that all resolved. So that's all fine. This is all going to be gone now, but I am at the end of turn obviously going to take that land of dead, fallen rot and probably return it to my hand, and maybe go and look for something to do next turn. Do I look for a major at that point? No, maybe it just well, you know what? In 1 more energy, I'll go up to 5. Yeah, I think I will, and then look for a major power. Yeah. So that's fine. I'll do that on that side of the board. On the other side of the board, then we obviously have then our melter to slag and all that kind of stuff going on here. So in this case, I will go melt earth to slag in that land. 1 damage for each invader with metal, 1 fear, and 1 damage. So it'll be 2 damage plus a fear in there, and obviously this is weakened, so that will kill that. So 2 damage and a fear is going to be 3 fear. So 2 plus 1 more. And then that's dropped. And when I did that, I moved into the land with the with my thing, which picks up the thing. And then I'll jump myself back over here with my ability, bring that back to the lair, and it brings in here, and we get to roll the dice again. Come on, what do we get? What do we get? Minor power, let's see. It's a call to 10. I'm just unlocking the damage ability, haven't I? Yep, that's fine. So we'll flip. Call to 10 has got an animal element on it, so we'll throw that away. That will give us the animal up here, and now your damage dealing power is originating from the Incarna. Deal +1 damage, and Oh, look at that! We have one at range one from the Incarna. We have a 1 damage, which is now going to go ahead and it's going to deal 2 damage, which kills that town. That's dead. That's another fear, and that's all pretty good news. What I can do when I do that, by the way, let me just read the ability from things. So there's a little trick that you can do potentially with this here. Okay, so it's not quite the same. I was thinking, could you do the trick from Shroud of Silent Mist? So when Shroud of Silent Mist does this, I could actually move my Incarna. If it was the same as Mist, I was thinking I could target that land but move myself 1 adjacent. Mist can do that, but the wording on Kovitz is it has to be towards the land, so I can't move away from the land. So that's fine, and that makes a lot of logical sense. So that's all of that done. Done. Everything done. Money goes away. These cards go away over here. And on the side of Spreading Rot, I think we did say we were going to go ahead and look for a major power here. So I will pay the 2 rot, put this back in my hand, and then at the end of the turn, that would leave 5 left in the pool. I'll lose 2. As we said, it's a round down situation, so that's 2 gone, and I'll gain 1 energy from that, which is 3 in the pool. So all good stuff on that side of things. So I'm going to start off the turn, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to look for a major power with Rot. So I'll do the 2 things. So it'll be add the presence, and it'll be the power card to gain a major this time. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to throw away the Worms and Bugs. Yep. Throw away the Worms and Bugs, and I'll gain a major this time. And unfortunately, I only get to look at 4 major powers with Rot because, you know, we can't all be greedy and search for the top 6. So over here with this, we've got Fragments of Yesteryear. No. Tickets to Erupt with every touch of breeze. That's got to look pretty nice. Winds of Rust and Atrophy. And then a lovely card in Solidify, Echoes of Majesty Past. I say lovely card. It is a lovely major power that I can actually threshold right now. So right now, what does that do for us? That would be choose 1 of target spirit's lands. In that land and each adjacent land, defend 3, and I can add 1 single destroyed presence because I only have 1 from each player, so I can skip 1 action. And then I can threshold it as well. So target spirit either reclaims 1 power card or regains a unique they previously forgot, and they may play it by paying its cost. That's quite nice. So I could actually set up something with Kovitz here potentially where I don't reclaim. I go to that top track 5 energy, which gives me up to 10 energy, and I can play the Unearth the Beast and also reclaim a card and play it, so I'd get full knowledge of what that could be. So there could be some really nice options there, like Return the Melter to Slag again could be really good. That would give me access to the Melter to Slag with the damage amp, as well as my innate with the damage amp. I could actually then go and hit the second level of the innate, which could be really good. Actually, I can probably hit the 3rd level, can't I? Maybe. Okay, so that's potentially really nice. And that could let me skip a build like there, for example, something like that. Otherwise, Winds of Rust and Atrophy, it's not doing anything for us. Tickets Erupt with every touch of breeze is pretty good. It gives you the access to the triple plant, which would be a kind of a 4 damage and add some wilds. And if ever there's a spirit that loves adding wilds, it could be quite nice. So 4 damage in there right now looks really lovely. Solves that whole land. Puts a bunch of tokens in it. Like the Solidify Echoes is like gives us a defend at 3. Actually, we do technically need to defend in that land, don't we? Although, yeah, I didn't really think of that. We do technically need to defend in that land. So the Solidify Echoes gives us maybe like skip that land. Oh, interesting. After the next invader phase. So technically I could unearth the beast in there after it skips the build, which is kind of funny. Although I'd rather kind of unearth the beast over here if I can. Solidify Echoes. Pretty nice. Well, let's think. Gain a power card. So if I gain a major again here, look at the top 6. Take from the top track. That gives me access to 10 energy, then 5 of it on unearth. Like I could just pick one of the 1 cost cards back in my hand, like the Quicken the Earth Struggles, for example, and then I can spend up to 4 on a major power. I could spend up to 5 on a major power if I don't take the Solidify. So it's got to be the play, right? Keep going, traveling down the top track. Oh, actually, I get +2 energy. No, I get access to loads of energy. So yeah, no, we're obviously going to gain a major power. Look at the top 6. So I haven't chosen yet. I can do this now. I can just put them to the side and then I can look at the top 6. This is intoxicatingly nice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's see if we can find a way to quickly close out this game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have access to Angry Bears. No. Savage Transformation. No. Volcanic Eruption. Question mark. Manifest Incarnation. Walls of Rock and Thorn. And Indomitable Claim. Clearly, Indomitable Claim is nice, although it's not really solving much of anything for us. Is there any way that I can make Volcanic Eruption work? So what'll be this? I'll be take from top track. That's going to give me access to 5. It's going to be 12. I'll be 1 short, unfortunately, of thing. But I also won't be able to then get access to the final fire element either. So that will not work out. I love Volcanic Eruption. Every time I see it on the channel, I want to take it because I love that card so much. And it would be a closer here. I could just like wreck the board and deal loads of damage, but it's not going to likely be the case here. Walls of Rock and Thorn. Do I have any Plant Element? No, I don't. Without the Threshold, this isn't particularly interesting. I mean, Indomitable Claim, of course, it's a good card. Let's be honest with ourselves here. Indomitable Claim is a very, very good card. If I take Indomitable Claim, actually, that will give me access to... That will allow me to do this, to repeat this End of the Shining Earth, and I do like the sound of that. If I take Claim... Assume I take Claim for a second here. Play the 2 of these. I'll have access to 12 energy. That'll give me that, and then I can return Melt Earth to Slag off the Solidify. Do all of this. And that's just got to be it, right? I can technically unlock the other sun, but I don't even have the sun in 8, so I don't even care. But that's fine. We don't mind any of that. And that will be a lovely, lovely thing. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'll throw away now the Rapid Wings of Sunlight, I believe, because we're done with that. Rapid Wings of Sunlight, you can go away. All of these other 6 things can go away. Indomitable Claim, everybody knows what Indomitable Claim does, I imagine, at this point. But we'll throw it in the old card cam just for people's perusal for a moment or two here. So obviously these are all still in my discard pile here. I think I called it a graveyard a moment ago. That's magic coming back to haunt me. So Indomitable Claim will just give us a skip rather than a defend, I would imagine, in this case. I'm not going to be defending these two explorers over here and wasting that card. So I will take the Indomitable Claim. That was our card draft. We threw away a major. We will take the 2 plus the 5, so that's going to give us 7. 3, 6, 7. Let's go ahead then and pay for all of this. So we'll be 3 over there, 3 over there, 1 there, and 2 more there. So that's going to be all of that. Then the next thing that we can do is we're going to need to add a present somewhere, and we'll have the push the Incarnate as well. So we have a sacred site over here to access this with the Unearth the Beast, because that's what we're going to be targeting with Unearth the Beast. Excuse me. Next thing, on the other side then, we said we want to take the Solidify, which is going to give us access to a defend and a skip, which is going to be better than the Tickets Erupt, I believe, so that's fine. So we'll throw away those majors, and then we'll have to throw away another card as well for this, which I believe will be the Renewing Rain. Yep, Renewing Rain is gone. It's gone from the thing, so then these are going to be our cards. We're going to have 5 energy, so we had 3 and we gain 2 more. And we gain from the... bottom track? Or do we go top track this time to get the extra blue? I think we go top track to get the extra blue this time. So then that's 1, and then these 4 are going to go over here. I also had access to a combo here where I could gift the living energy, give 3 energy over to Kovitz before I do the Solidify Echoes, and then I could like return if I had like a major power, for example, in my graveyard. Actually, in my discard pile, I threw away the Rapid Wings of Sunlight because I'm just not going to need it. But that could have been something that I could have done. So that's all fine. But I think I want to give myself the energy here so that I can replace Solidify next turn and that kind of thing. I believe we have enough energy on the side of Kovitz that it's not going to matter. So let's go ahead then and look at what all this looks like. So that's, we've gained our energy, we've done our thing. We are going to have access to this Hole in 8 once I do the return thing now momentarily. So we'll also of course have access over to this and 8 over here, but that's all fine. We need to choose where we're placing this, and we need to choose to move our Incarnate again. So so the Beast is over here. If we need to, we can Indomitable Claim there next turn or something like that. That'll all be fine. That looks like a pretty good target for Indomitable Claim next turn if we reclaim and we just defend that land. And we'll need to probably do something about this land down in here, but I think with Rot we may be able to do that with all of our innates. So I think that's probably fine as well. And then up here maybe we reclaim the Quicken the Earth Struggles or something. Be Quicken in there. So I think all of that's all pretty okay. So the question is, where do we put the metal? So now we are going to be able to attach metal. Oh, the repeat only adds metal to a city. God damn it! Or not the repeat. The extra thing adds metal to a city, but we don't have a city. And then the repeat power only goes into a different land, which is fine. But we're only going to be able to generate 2 metal here, not 3. So I think the dream of getting the next level unlocked may well be gone, but you know, that's okay. So in this case, we're going to want to create a second sacred site for sure. And I believe then that'll probably just end up looking like this, I think. So that's probably fine. So that gives us the Rot from there. We get a Rot from here. We get a Rot from here. And we gain 2 Rot from the G4. So that's loads of Rot there. Now, that means I target myself with this. I'm going to give myself 2 energy. It would have been 3 for Kovitz because I've got 2 sacred sites, but in this case I've only got 2. So I'll take 2 energy off this. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go target in here, which is going to generate me 7 Rot. because it's 2 plus there's at least 5 in there, so it'll be 7 more rot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Loads and loads and loads of rot. All of that goes in the pool. I've already gained all of that. Now, next, solidify echoes of Majesty's Past. I think I forgot to show this in the card cam. This is one of the newer cards from Nature Incarnate. It's a nice one. So this is going to be. I choose a spirit. I'm going to choose obviously Covets here. I still didn't choose where I'm placing this. I keep forgetting to place the Incarnate or to move the Incarnate and place the present. So I'll move the Incarnate this way, and then I will add a presence at range 1. And I don't know. I'll add that into here because I might need that for the quicken the earth struggles next turn, so that's okay. And then I will, in this case, solidify echoes past or echoes of Majesty Past. So choose one of target spirit's lands. In that land and each adjacent land defend 3, and then they add a broken present to each adjacent land, and you skip up to 1 invader action. So, where do I want to skip the invader action? I don't have a way to move the hand here, do I? If I could push the hand in there... Well, actually, no, I'm already skipping that build, haven't I? So that doesn't matter. So do I want to skip this? We already said that that's going to build, 3 towns, but we can probably deal with some amount of that with the spreading, choking, death. We want to do the defend 3 in here just to not take that blight. So the skip and the thing. So we probably just skip that land. That just skips 2 towns. So yeah, we'll do that. So we will go add a thing to each adjacent land. So we're going to choose this land because that's where my Incarnate is. I'm going to add 1 more in there. It's a bit of a waste, but it is what it is. That's going to be a skip. Okay, we're going to skip that build. Then I'm going to reclaim a power card. Excuse me. I'm going to reclaim the Melter of the Slag, and then I'm going to play it by paying its cost, which cost me 2. So I'll pay. I'll get the change from the bank. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 2 there, and 1 in the pool. That's all of that. Excuse me. I can actually just mute my thing and just not do all snotty, horrible things into the microphone. Apologies for that, folks. That's what drinking beer gets you. Okay, so let's take the Solidify Majesty's Past back. Put it here, especially double IPAs as well, for God's sake, get me all sorts of snotty. Gross. Apologies. Now, next. So that's that done. And we've defended 3 all around here, which is all fine. Now, Indomitable Claim at this point will add a presence, and I can add this anywhere and skip actions as opposed to defend. I believe I'm going to add that in there and skip actions in there rather than let that build and become a horrible problem for next turn. I'll just skip them instead. So I'm not going to defend a 20 because I'm going to hit the innate, which is, or hit this, or the threshold of it, which is going to be 3 fear, and then Invader skip all actions in target land this turn. So that's skipped. Next thing, Unearth the Beast, the Wrathful Stone, that's going in this land over here, because that is not going to be building or ravaging this turn, so that's going to wipe that land out, and that should put us pretty close to a win. Melter of the Slow, this innate power, then the Scent of Shining Earth is going to give us access to add a metal, so I can choose this land here and just put a metal on one of those buildings, and then this power may target lands with metal, that's not going to matter. Add 1 more to the city, that's not going to matter. Not participating in a ravage isn't going to matter. And then repeating it on a different land does in theory matter, and I'll repeat it in there. So that's okay. So we have 2 lands, each with metal in those 2 circumstances there. So that's that fast done. That one is slow. These are all slow down here. All of our fasts are done. Our presences are placed. Our Incarnate is moved over there. So all of those things are all really, really good news by the sounds of it. And now let's go ahead and resolve an event. See if we can close this out now as soon as we can. So this is going to be missionaries arrive. So, okay, in this case, I will... I don't really want to do the adding extra towns on the board. It'll slow the victory. So 4 energy per player aided by sun sounds a little bit better to me. So in this case, I've got 2 sun on this side of the board. And then I have 1, 2. Oh, I never actually... I did unlock the sun, yeah. So I've got 3 sun on this side of the board. So I basically need to pay 3 energy to be able to do this. On 3 energy, I can just... forget for favors of steel and bone from my discard pile. Forget that for 4 energy, and that's going to fully pay for missionaries here. And so then I'm going to be able to do each spirit adds a disease to a land with a city which don't exist. 2 fear per player, which is going to be 3 plus 1. So just to another fear card, and then it'll be during the next normal ravage. Cities do extra damage, which there aren't any. And now we do each beast destroys 1 explorer, which there's 1. Beasts have been doing a great job this game. Beasts have absolutely been wrecking explorers, and then I get to add beast to a board without 1, which is none. So that's all good. Event card is resolved. Let's go ahead and resolve our fear cards. Again, remembering that we cannot remove explorers. So the first one, these are at level 2. First one is each player adds strife in a land with a whole bunch of stuff. For the rest of this turn, invaders have -1 health, which is quite nice. In a land with beast, disease, or Dahan. That's not, unfortunately, one of those such things. So disease over here, that'll be 1. We're just seeing can we kill the towns in the slow is what I'm wondering about here. Yeah, that might give us access to 1 as well. Let's do it in there. Each player adds that, so those are going to have -1 health for the rest of the turn. And then the second card is going to be skip the next normal explorer. Okay, sure. And that'll stop escalations, which is quite nice. That should give us plenty of time to get this locked up. So let's go ahead then quickly and ravage. No, defended and dead. Build. So we skip all actions. Skipped a build action from the other card before. Skip a build. And then we let this build. 2 towns. 3 towns. Did I say it? Build a town and then we convert it to. So that's 3 towns. Okay. No triangle trades we're doing. That's all fine. We're skipping the explorer here, so that obviously skips escalations, and it skips France 6, I believe, after the normal explorer. Yep. So we don't France 6 because we don't do the normal explorer, which is very, very, very nice indeed. So those 2 things go there, and then we advance these cards. That advances to there, that advances to there, and of course nothing goes to the build. And we'll explore twice next turn instead. So all of those are lovely things to happen here. So let's go ahead and go to the slow phase. On this side, we have now 3 water, but we've only we've 2 water and 3 plants. So we actually do have all levels of this again. Left and right, but we don't have all levels of the right one for sure. So we skip the top 2 levels. We actually only have these 2 levels, so we missed the damage this turn, which is a real pity. I was thinking we were clearing that out with damage, but no, that's not true at all. We don't do damage this turn. Ouch. Oh no, we do. Sorry, we've got a water right there. So 1, 2, 3. So no, we've got all the levels except for the third one. Sorry, except for the last one. We don't have the repeat. We have everything else. No, I lied. We don't have the top level either. We've got 2, 3, and 4. I got there eventually. We've got levels 2, 3, and 4, which is the damage, the fear, and the pushing the tokens. Okay, but that's not doing as much damage as I thought. Now, how does this all look? So we have, how many damage abilities do we have here? So obviously after the invader phase here, this land got wiped. That all died. From the Unearth the Beast. That was 3 towns gone, so those 3 towns are dead, and that's 3 fear. That's all of that. Now, then we do the 3 more fear for that as well. And then you add a beast, and then you can push the beast. I'm going to push the beast in there, and then deal 1 fear and 2 damage, which is another 2 fear. I think that was all down except 1, so it'll be 1 plus 1. To be honest there, folks, if I took an extra fear or 2 too much, it's not going to matter in this game at all, but I'm pretty sure that was kosher. So that was the Unearth the Beast. After that, then, of course, we have level 2 of this innate up here, which is now going to give us access to 2 damage and a fear, but also I have the plus 1 damage as well, so it'll be 3 damage, which, if I get stuff in here, that will solve that land. So can I put a token in there? I do believe I can, so let's go ahead and do it. So over here on this side of the board, I'll have 1, 2, 3 moon, so I'll gain 3 rot. And it's almost at the very last vitality token I have left in my bag, which is pretty amazing. That's a lot of rot. So gain 3 rot. I am targeting this land, so there's no blight removal or any of that kind of stuff. I will pay 1 rot to add a wilds. And then the last level is not active, so we don't care about it. So that was all of that to add a single wilds in there, but that's all we need. So that now is a land with my presence and a wilds token, so invaders have -1 health, so I'll go ahead and do the violent outburst in that land, which is going to be 1 damage, plus 1 damage, and then the animal ability, which gives plus 1 damage when my origin land is my dragon, which it is, so I'll deal 3 damage into that land, plus a fear, which is going to kill all 3 of those towns, and generate an extra fear, which is 4 fear. And those towns are all dead. We now have access to what? 1, 2 towns on the board. That's gone. And I only have 1 more damage ability. Is that correct? No, I don't. I have 2 more damage abilities. But I don't have... Ugh. I don't have a disease token in the right place, which is rather unfortunate. But it is what it is. Yeah, there was no way to deal the damage and then push the token into the right land or any of that kind of stuff. Because my lands are not connected, they're not adjacent. So yeah, so I'll be 1 short here, but it's okay. I'll find a fast way to deal some damage or something like that. So I will actually can't use this. 1 damage in a land with yeah, there's 1 damage in there with that ability would only have killed 1 of them. That's all I could have done. But yeah. No stress. That one was done. So over here we will do 1 damage in any land over here. It doesn't matter. Is there anything about the build or anything like that? No, just kill that. And then, oh no, you know what? Kill. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Kill that. Push to. Oh no. Just in case. Let's do in here 1 damage. Push 2 to hand in there. Or something. 1 fear. I don't know. Push up the 3 tokens. I don't know. Push that. Nah, just leave it. It doesn't matter. Done. Okay. That's all that. Now, at this point, we will be going back into our reclaim, so we won't be returning the Land of Dead Fallen Rot to our hand. That's okay. That's all going to go, and we're going to discard a bit of billion rot and gain a bit of billion energy. Melter at the Slag on this side is the last card that we haven't resolved, and we'll target in here. So this will be 1 damage, but this has a a reduced health, and obviously for each invader with metal, I also get a fear in the damage as well. So I get to do 2 damage in the land plus a fear, which is going to kill these 2 invaders. And it was an extra fear on top of killing the town, so that's 2 more fear. And we're actually a fear card short of terror level 3. We're almost there, but we only have 1 more town to kill. So can we find a way to kill a town in the fast is the question. We'll be digging for majors to try. That's for absolute sure. We've got two majors, 2 shots at a major to find a fast way to kill that single town up in the corner there. So they're gone. And then over here, it's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 rot. So half of 17 is going to be 8 rot, right? So 2, 4, 6, 8. I'm going to discard 8 rot and gain 4 energy. And it's going to give me loads of energy to give my shot at a major on the reclaim. I've had a lot of fun. I'm not going to lie. This has been a lot of fun. A little bit fiddly, of course. And, for the channel, there's a lot of kind of explaining rules and doing all these kind of things. But this has been a lot of fun of a game. So let's go ahead then and do a reclaim and again a power card for looking for a major on the side of Kovitz. And it would be nice to give my search for 6 a way to win the game at the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see if we can find one. Weave. Nope. Nope, that's a slow power. Entwined power. No, we can just gift each other cards, but it doesn't give us a way to play cards. I was thinking, is it a way to do dig for another major? So that won't work. Unrelenting growth. No. Grant hatred. No. And voice of command. That should do it. So I've got a sacred side over there. Yeah, that's going to allow me to target that land. So we found it. Voice of command. We did it in the end. And it was with a slightly on theme from at least an element perspective. So let's go ahead and find voice of command here. We will go play the voice of command. We obviously have 5 energy from the top track. We only need 3 of it. Let's go ahead and place that. We already have a sacred site in the land. The targeting requirements is Dahan targeting requirements, and it's going to be 1 damage per Dahan or explorers to buildings only. And that'll go ahead and destroy that last town. That strife goes away. That's an extra fear, and that is a terror level 2 victory. I will finally, at the end of the video, go and look at the correct thing because I've been staring at that screen for the whole game. But yeah, look, that was a lot of fun, I have to say. As I said, a little bit anticlimactic. There was that kind of point in the game where I took a big risk. On the turn, there was the turn of going down to 0 towns in the pool. And look, to be honest, exactly what I've said before. In my France episode, I said this. I think there was a kind of somebody was commenting saying, why do you think France are so easy? Or, it's crazy to me that France are so easy, that sort of experienced players find this one of the easiest adversaries. Can't exactly remember what the comment was, but essentially what I said at the time was, so many games against France come down to this kind of thing where you will take calculated risks and go down to 2, maybe 1, maybe even 0 towns in the pool where you've kind of looked at and you're going, okay, right, I'm going to go to the Ravage. I'll gain 2 back in the Ravage. Assuming those don't build, that's fine, and you kind of look at your board and you do your calculations and you're like, right, okay. And like you saw me do, I looked at the board and I went, there's one terrain type kills me, but the rest are fine. And you do those type of things. You take risks. Like in that moment in the game was a very good example of something I talked about earlier on the channel. One of the very first episodes, I talked about this very basic concept of playing around things and playing around events that lose you the game and win you the game, or some variant of that. Basically, sort of what I said at the time was, when you're very far behind, you need to take risks. You need to take bigger risks and assume that the cards or the effects in the game are going to go in your favor. You have to do that to get back in the game. And similarly, when you're very far ahead, you stop doing that and you start assuming that the things in the game are going to wreck you. And you start playing around those kind of things, and that's a kind of a risk, a risk reward kind of balancing act that you have to do as you go throughout the game. So in that particular spot, I basically took a chance where I said I could have not let that city die. I would have given myself one extra town in the pool, and I would have prevented a loss condition for all 4 terrain types. I essentially would have all but guaranteed that I survived the Explorer. However, in doing that, I would have not collected the 2 metal. I would have lagged behind a full turn on the greed mechanic, which I wasn't willing to do. But also, sort of, from a sort of fun perspective, I just really didn't want to do that. But also from a gameplay perspective, I put myself really behind by taking that decision. No, I would have put myself really behind by taking that decision. So I made the decision where I took a 20% shot to lose, a 1 in 5 to lose. But if I miss the 1 in 5 and I hit the 4 in 5, I'm much further ahead going into the next turn. So, I mean, maybe that's something that if you're watching at home and you thought, like, what the hell is he doing here? Like, you're taking a 1 in 5 shot to lose when you don't have to. Why? That's kind of the answer, right? I didn't stop to kind of verbalize that as much at the time, but that's the general gist of why I did that. I may well go into this a little bit more. Actually, no, I won't, because I don't have a podcast. I meant to say on the podcast episode when I talk through the playthrough, but I don't actually have an associated podcast episode for this playthrough. So for that reason, I'm glad I stopped and took the extra 2 or 3 minutes at the end to talk through that, because I won't have a chance otherwise. So, but look, that's it. Feelings and thoughts on these 2 spirits. I had a lot of fun. It feels a bit, I mean, look, these are not play tested and balanced spirits. What Ted said about spreading rot was that he felt it was very overpowered, or he said it was overpowered. For me, it felt, I would say, reasonably powerful. I wouldn't say it felt overpowered. I would say that's in large part due to me probably not playing it correctly. But when you have mechanics like this where you get like 17 rot and nothing to spend it on, that for me is not necessarily a power balance issue, but more a kind of a mechanical engine moving parts type of balancing issue, where the spend and the gain aren't fully orchestrated, or they're not fully tuned to each other, which is, don't get me wrong here, this is not a criticism, because this is not a published spirit. This is something that Eric and some people at a convention did across 2 or 3 playtest sessions. So the fact that they came out with something like this after such a short amount of time is actually astonishing, because there's a lot going on here, and this is the type of thing that's like highly complex and highly difficult to balance. I think Ted said as well that one of the first things that he would do is do a kind of a complexity pass and reduce some of the complexity in here. But I do love the engine. I think it's really, really fun. I think it's really cool. It played out almost exactly as I was thinking it would be, with that card where you keep play the thing to gain the rod, to put it back in your hand and keep kind of looping that. And as it happened, I didn't reclaim with either spirit in this game, except for the last turn when I dug and found the voice of command for Covenants. But that's the first time I reclaimed with either spirit. I've been talking on this screen again for the last few minutes. Apologies. That's the first time that I reclaimed with either spirit in the game. So interesting. As I said, with Covenants, I was planning on going bottom track, but the sun thing just didn't work out. If it had been where I found the sun in 8 early, then I would have been leaning very much into trying to find the air in 8 to go with it, or the moon ability to go with it. So you've got a few. Once you get the sun ability, I believe there's 2 or 3 different directions you can take the game to then go and lean on the kind of metal, sort of churning the metal machine, the Rube Goldberg machine, as Ted put it in the previous episode. So I was really hoping, I was really praying for my game that I'd hit that on the first turn, and then that would give me a direction, and I'd go ahead and start really leaning into the metal stuff and trying to just level up and get all the way across. I obviously only unlocked, if I look here, where is it? Let's go back to this one. So you can see here, I've only unlocked 4 out of 13 of the of the metal abilities. I didn't unlock any of the any elements. I didn't unlock obviously the bottom 2 and 8s there, and the game played reasonably well, but unfortunately it played like I was hoping the game wouldn't, which is that top track looks very strong to me. You get the 3 elements. You get a 1, 3, and a 5, which isn't bad. And the 1, 3, and 5 on a spirit that already has a +1 and a +2 button is pretty decent. You also have obviously that kind of plant ability that gives you the extra shots at the majors. And I didn't really want to go down that route, despite looking at it and thinking that's probably one of the best ways to play the spirit. It's ultimately, for me, probably one of the least fun and greedy ways to play the spirit. And look, I love a major power. Don't get me wrong. No, I love a major power more than almost anybody. And you've probably known that by watching the channel already. So, but I really wanted to lean into the metal stuff. But, as it happened, without the Sun and 8, the metal stuff feels a little lacking. It just feels too hard to come by. And so much of this panel is built around the metal. The water ability is, the moon ability is, the air ability for the most part is, even the damage powers, of course, when you're damaging and killing the towns and the cities, that's also leaning into the metal. So like almost everything on this panel can be sort of distilled and derived almost from the Sun ability, which, if you don't hit it on your first 1 or 2 passes, you're out of time. Which, Ted, if you're listening, that would be my feedback, is to maybe try find a way to get the Sun metal, the extra metal, in earlier, more reliably. How that happens, I've no idea. I've only played the spirit once, but that's all I could really say about that. I wanted to be greedier, and unfortunately Kovitz, in a way, sort of prohibited me from being greedy, which is not really in the nature of this dragon, I have to imagine. But anyway, look, you can probably hear my throat is gone. I can barely talk anymore. If you hung on this far, we're now 4 hours and 4 minutes into the thing. It's now after midnight here, and I have thoroughly, massively, greatly appreciated you being here with me, despite the fact that I have not been speaking to you, and I've been speaking to that TV for the vast majority of the thing. I hope all the sound issues worked out well. Again, obviously let me know if anybody hears anything or has any ideas or has any feedback about any of that stuff. I would be massively appreciative to hear it, even if it is to tell me that the sound is terrible and I need to improve it. I would be more than happy to hear it, because the feedback is good and inputs are good. But look, that's going to be it. Keep an eye out. I've got something interesting coming up. I was going to be going to Habsburg Livestock, but I've changed my mind, seeing as adversary combos have just dropped on digital pretty recently. I figured I may well take the moment and turn my attention to those. So that is what is going to be coming up on the channel next time out. But that's going to be it from me. Massive thank you again for being here. If you've enjoyed the thing, please do hit the like. Please do hit the share, the subscribe, all that wonderful stuff. It keeps the channel going, and it keeps the good vibes going. And I'm certainly here for the good vibes. That's going to be it from me. Till next time. Take it easy.